recognizing Councilor Marujo.
Father God, we come before you and give you all glory and honor, and thank you for allowing us to be here, also for all the people that showed up for the meeting, Father God. We ask you to give us strength, Father God, give us wisdom in our decisions we make today, Father God. We ask protection over our police officers, our firefighters, and our ambulance service, Father God, for our military, Father God, for our leaders of our nation, our state, and our city, Father God. We give you all glory to that, Father God. In your name we pray, amen. Also, prayer for Counselor Corn for a speedy recovery. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so our, Council Hildebrand, are you gonna be the acting?
I'll take that on.
You or?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I have approval of the, item one, approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the agenda for the July 9, 2026 regular city council meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to agenda. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, if the clerk would call the roll.
Counselor Halverson, were you the second?
Yeah, Christina or Carlos.
Christina Harlan.
Arnold, got it.
I will put Counselor Arnold as second.
Yes.
Counselor Hildebrand,
Aye.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Marujo.
Yes.
By a vote of 9 affirmative, none negative, the agenda has been adopted. Eight, excuse me. Okay. Now we have for approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the consent agenda for July 9, 2026 regular city council meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, if the clerk call the roll.
Counselor Hildebrand,
Aye.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Marujo.
Yes.
By a vote of 8 affirmative, none negative, the items have been, approval of the consent agenda has been approved. Okay. And 3 through 11, so we'll go to item 12. Okay, recognizing key contributors to the July 4th celebration, Council Lady Halverson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna take a few minutes because we had such a great celebration for July 4th and as well as the first 6 months of this year, just great events celebrating the 250th birthday of the United States. So we have a slideshow with a few slides that show you what we've been doing. These are some of the events we've attended and had help with and volunteers. And this whole thing only happened because of volunteers and people and sponsors that have donated money. Can you go to the next slide? One of the big projects we've been doing, and many of you may see it, we do flag placements for the holidays. So we did Memorial Day at the cemetery and as well as Pioneer Plaza. The Scouts, the Conquistador Council have been a huge help. We've been putting a lot of flags at the visitor center. And in case you haven't seen them, we just filled the entire Pioneer Plaza area with flags. So the visitor center is great. One of the other projects we just started doing, Carolyn Madison came up with this idea. So if you see a worn flag flying, in your neighborhood or in a business, there's a form you can fill out on the city's website And the American Legion will go out and replace that flag, so we're buying the flags for that. So that's one of the great projects. I don't know how many of you have seen the mural at the visitor center. That was a community mural. So we had about 200 tiles, we had about 170 painters. So kids, adults, elderly, everyone just came out and painted tiles. And then thanks to Home Depot, they built the frame for us, they gave us all the materials. TJ and Amanda and Sarah, we worked really hard to put the whole thing together. We were able to get it up on July 1st in time for the UFO Festival, people to see it. So if you haven't been to the visitor center and seen the mural, I highly recommend you do, because it's a really neat project that involves the entire community. Next one. There's a picture of the finished mural. Yeah, it looks really good, and it was a neat project. So I was just happy to do that for the 4th of July. And thank you, Home Depot, so much for all your help and everything you've done on that. The fire hydrant project, that's been another community project. Poor Nancy Fleming, that's the picture I have of her. Are you here, Nancy?
Yes, and I'm wearing the same game shirt.
I really like that shirt. So I called her and she was like, I'm so busy, but then she heard about the project. Same with the mural. She was a great help with the mural. So she just loved it because she's so artistic. She was the perfect one to come to mind to help with that. And I do have the winners. I'm going to name them off real quick because we did pick the winners today, the judges. Agnes Bonner won 1st place, and Lily Myhoff and Jane Jolly won 2nd place. Sarah MacArthur, Valley West, won 3rd place. Paula Marchinkowski, she won 4th, and she tied with Demi Salgado and Eric Rodriguez for 4th. And then we have 3 ties for 5th. Monica Salgado, Kaylee Hembry, and Isema Barrientos, and Rosalie Janice. So they're up and down Main Street, but we also, people can still paint their hydrants in their neighborhood. They get a hold of Nancy at the Miniature Museum, the Cures Collection. There's forms you can fill out on the city's website. Just let us know where you want the hydrant, and she will go wash it, get it primed. And Allison's Home Supply, they've donated all the paints. So this is another great community project that's going to continue on through the rest of the year. The UFO Festival, we have representatives here from Main Street, Roswell, and TJ and the city. They did a wonderful job. If you didn't go out, you missed a wonderful festival. It was a really good event. There were so many people. We're guessing 10 to 12,000 people attended. It's hard to say, because we haven't got the counts yet. The visitor center is still working on their counts, right?
Yes. So Placer I placed the out of market visitors at 31,000.
Oh, okay, so there you go.
Oh, good.
Huge, yeah. Okay, next one. And then, the big party we had, the Great American Block Party. It was such a wonderful event. There were so many families out there. We counted about 3,000 people. I'll go into the details of everyone who donated for that, but that flag they have here, I have here. So the parachutes flew in with the flag, and then the people that were at the event, they were all able to sign it and we'll try to get it framed and put up at City Hall. I'm all English trying space for it. I just keep asking me for pictures.
I do.
Okay, is that all? Okay, so I'm going to go into speech and recognize the people, and I had to write a speech because there's so many people to thank. And TJ, if you come up with Shelby, so when I call your name, if you guys come up and gather around here, we've got some goodies for you, and then maybe we can get a group picture at the end. So before I begin, I want to say that these thank yous are in no particular order. Every person, business, organization, and volunteer who has helped with Roswell 250, the UFO Festival, the Great American Block Party has been equally important. It truly takes a community to make something like this happen. I know I'll probably miss someone, but please know how grateful we are for each and every one of you. So TJ Conyers, Sarah Mark, and Amanda Dickerson. I'd like to start by recognizing 3 incredible women from the city of Roswell. TJ Conyers has worked tirelessly helping organize so many of our events this year, especially the Great American Block Party and the UFO Festival. She also coordinated and designed the incredible drone show that so many people enjoyed on Thursday night. Sarah Mark created the Roswell 250 logo that has become the face of our celebration and has volunteered at event after event, even spending hours in the heat helping with the block party setup and the party itself. Amanda Dickerson has helped plan and organize countless Roswell 250 activities, the UFO Festival, and projects at the Visitor Center. Together, these 3 ladies were instrumental in completing and installing our beautiful American Eagle community mural. So let's give them a hand. Bobby Arnett to make it. Are you here, Bobby? So Bobby Arnett has been an incredible asset to Roswell 250. He worked hard to find J&M displays to produce our fireworks show. And I think we can all agree, if you saw it, it was one of the finest fireworks display Roswell has ever seen. He also served on our committee, donates his time, and even provided a tent for our Roswell 250 celebrations. Thank you, Bobby, for everything you do. Pam Boyd and Sybil Rotman. Come on up. Pam Boyd. And Sybil Rotman are my go-to ladies. They have spent countless hours planning, organizing, sitting in the hot sun, and making sure every detail came together. They simply don't know the word no, and every time I ask for help, they're there. I truly could not do this without them.
Good job, guys.
Nancy Fleming, come on up. She's with the Miniatures and Curious Questions Museum. So Nancy worked with Allison's Home Supply to give us the paints for the fire hydrants. When I needed someone with artistic talent and experience organizing community art projects, Nancy Fleming was the very first person who came to mind. Nancy immediately stepped up to help. She has coordinated our patriotic fire hydrant program, organized artists, developed designs, and even washes and primes the hydrants herself. Allison's Home Supply generously donated all of the paint for the project, and Nancy played a huge role in organizing the hundreds of community painted tiles that became our American Eagle mural. And thank you for sharing your talents with Roswell. Next is Home Depot. A huge thank you to the team at Home Depot, especially Josh Conyers, Matthew Maloney, Billy Duran, Ron Kroom, John Seehey, Matthew Estrada, Valerie Chrisman, Nick Ruiz, and Betty Duran. Home Depot has volunteered at many of our events, hosted our Father's Day craft activity, donated supplies, and built and installed the frame that now proudly displays our American Eagle mural. Their partnership has been incredible. Rudy Chavez in the City Parks Department. So Rudy Chavez in the City Parks Department, Stephen Waters, Victor Ruiz, John Collins, Levi Youngblood, Walter Gensler, Nathan Morgan, Steve Dickerson, Gilbert Benitez, Jacob Garcia, Jesus Perales, Robert Castillo, and Monica Ruiz. They've worked behind the scenes on project after project, whether it's placing and removing flags, decorating the downtown planters, setting up or cleaning up, or helping wherever needed during the UFO Festival. They are always there. Much of their work goes unnoticed, but our events simply wouldn't happen without them. Main Street, Roswell, and Peggy Sesky. The reviews we've heard about this year's UFO Festival have been overwhelmingly positive, and that doesn't happen by accident. Peggy Setsky has dedicated years to organizing this festival, and her experience and leadership have made it one of Roswell's signature events. As she transitions her focus to the farmers market, we want to sincerely thank her for everything she has done. Thank you also to Main Street Roswell, Del Journey, Debbie Lee, and Alan Shanley for serving as a fiduciary for Roswell 250 and for helping make these celebrations possible. You guys want to come up, everyone? The new executive director, am I allowed to announce that already, or is it okay? So come on up, Rick. Enrique Moreno and the Roswell Community Disaster Relief. Enrique Moreno deserves tremendous recognition for organizing the free food at the Great American Block Party. Working with Just Like Nana's Home Cooking Food Trailer and volunteers from Roswell Community Disaster Relief, they served nearly 2,900 free hot dogs, chips, and water for families attending the celebration. This is an incredible accomplishment and a wonderful example of neighbors serving neighbors. Volunteers I always count on, not just for this, but pretty much all my events. Every successful event has these special people who quietly show up every single time without asking for recognition. I want to thank Malia Juarez and Landon Swan for always being willing to help wherever they're needed, whether it's setting up, tearing down, greeting guests, or pitching in behind the scenes. They never hesitate to lend a hand. I also want to recognize the scouts and leaders of the Conquistador Council. Time and time again, they answer the call to serve. They embody the scout oath and scout law through their willingness to volunteer, work hard, and give back to our community. Their service has made a tremendous difference to our Roswell 250. The Pioneer Bank team. I also want to recognize my Pioneer Bank family. They are all wonderful, but these ladies and their families were there for me this weekend. Pam Boyd, her daughter Sybil Rotman, and her grandsons. Pam, what are your grandsons' names again? Logan and Easton. I wrote it down my other sheet, sorry. Alexandra Bennett, Vanessa Bejarano, her kids and niece, Joe Ryan Ochoa, Aliana Ochoa, Ellie Bell, Sheila Serna, Marcia Daimler, and Susanna Lujan, Tiara Aranda, Cassandra Dutchover, and Terry Ramirez. They never let me down, no matter how early we start, how late we end, how hot it is outside, or how much work there is to do. They're always there to help with smiles on their faces. They volunteer, set up, tear down, hand out food, help with activities, greet visitors, and do whatever needs to be done without asking for recognition. I'm incredibly blessed to work alongside people who care so deeply about this community. Thank you for always answering the call and making Roswell a better place. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, I want to thank each and every one of our sponsors. Throughout the year, businesses, organizations, and individuals have stepped up to financially support Roswell 250 and make these events possible. There's a sponsor board, there's 2 of them in the foyer, recognizing their generosity. I encourage everyone to take a moment to thank them. They are listed on the board, so take a look and see who they are. Their investment in our community has allowed us to celebrate America's 250th birthday in a way that brings people together and creates memories for generations to come. And Roswell 250 is far from over. We have many more events planned throughout the year, and if you or your organization would like to partner with us to host an event, we would love to have you join us. I do want to add one more thing. We did come out with our publication. If you haven't picked them up, they're in the entryway there. It's a commemorative publication, so I encourage everyone to pick one up. And that's why I have thank you for all our volunteers for making all our events possible.
You know, I gotta say one thing, though, it's true. You know, Juliana, you did a fantastic job. And I think we all need to thank Juliana for her dedication. I would also like to thank the city employees. If you look, each department came along and everybody worked together. Even, you know, Mr. Burris had some issues and he couldn't be here, but Rudy stepped up and all his team. Everybody worked together, whether you were streets, putting in barricades, or whatever. Everybody in our city team worked together. And it was a pleasure to go out there and see all the people at every function we had. It was really phenomenal, and I was really proud of how all our people worked together. It was done very well, and Juliana, thank you again. So, okay, one thing I also overlooked, tonight, we have, our attorneys are at continuing legal education courses in Albuquerque, but we're represented by our new Deputy City Attorney, Ted Garcia. Ted, welcome to Roswell. We're glad you're here. And he comes here from Abilene, Amarillo.
Abilene.
Abilene, okay.
Thank you, sir.
So we're glad to have you. Okay, next, moving right along here, we have our flood recovery task force. Mr. Chris Cortez used to be a councilman, and then he took a job. But we're glad to have you here. For people who don't know, Councilman Cortez was extremely helpful in solving a number of the water issues we have around fire floods and other issues. He worked with the staff. He's been working an awful lot on meters and other things too. And he spent an awful lot of time, and he had to return back to his local work, so. But, Chris, your turn. Help us on the floods.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, my name is Chris Cortez. I am of 58 Riverside Drive in Roswell, New Mexico, which is a very auspicious location given what we're about to talk about. I'm assisted here by Mac Rogers, Lee Rogers. I'm the flood recovery chair, task force chair. And what we want to start with here, we really just want to show you some mapping we've been working on. The Flood Recovery Task Force meets every Wednesday at City Hall following City Council. So we'll be there next Wednesday at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's getting a little exciting in there. But we wanted to start and just show you guys some stuff we've been working on. And I think this is a really good place to start. So we got Mac here. We're going to zoom out a little bit. This is a GIS map. This is Geographic Information Systems map. It's probably going to be a little hard for you guys to see. You're going to have to zoom in a little bit, Mac. And what we're going to show you is a series of layers that are here located. And hopefully we will have a lot of technical issues, which will make it go very excitingly. We're going to zoom out a little bit. So those white lines, which are a little hard to see, can we get the colored lines? Maybe you could go north a little bit, Mac. And we're trying to show you to start, this is the floodplain. Gonna have to zoom in, it's really finicky on the distance it shows. This is the FEMA floodplain. So this is the special flood hazard as currently mapped by FEMA. These maps are circa 2008. If your house is in these blue areas and you went to get a mortgage or insurance, you probably have to get floodplain insurance. This is the floodplain, that one on the north there, that's the Spring River corridor. You can see downtown Roswell. That's the special flood hazard area. And what that means is if we have a 100-year flood event, you are likely to be flooded at that location. I want to stop for a second because this is a misnomer. 100-year flood event does not mean once every 100 years. It means that there is a 1% chance every year it'll happen. A 500-year flood event is 0.02% chance every year. They are, if you remember your probability, they are independent events. So just because it flooded 2 years ago doesn't mean it's not going to flood next year or this year, though we hope that it won't. So that's the floodplain. You can zoom out, go maybe a little bit to the west. Roswell's actually built in a big drainage channel. The Pecos River Valley, all that exists. If you go a little west, you'll start to see the Spring River corridors to our north. And these things starting to color in right here, that's the Hondo corridor. So that's the Hondo, the Rio Hondo. And 75 years ago, there was significant enough flooding in the Rio Hondo that the city of Roswell passed an ordinance to build the Twin River Dams, which is rest of Roswell. So these are your floodplains, and apologies, it does depend on what zoom level you're in to get that dialed in. So that's kind of where we are. So we'll zoom in a little bit, and they should pop back up. Those are your floodplains. Now notice the colors end right there. That's the Jennings farm. There south of McGaffey, east of the relief route in orange. And you'll notice these white lines continue on, and they're not colored though. So what that was, or what that is, that was the original 2008 floodplain. However, there was a letter of map revision done, a LOMAR, as they call it in the parlance, and that area was removed from the official floodplain in 2008, 2009, around then. So that is old floodway or old floodplain, but was not in the final mapping, or it was revised out of the final mapping. So that's what you're seeing right there. Now we're going to show you,
This is the orange looking stuff.
no, that's the white lines. Between those white lines where you don't see any color,
Okay.
that was actually floodplain, but was removed from the floodplain map. See how it kind of just randomly ends right there on that Jennings pivot right there? It actually would have continued through, but it was revised. okay? And we'll bring that up a little bit later. The next thing we want to show you was we took all the city of Roswell damage inventory that was provided to FEMA, and we mapped it. And that's these dots. So when you see these dots, and they're color-coded right now based off of different FEMA categories, but all these dots on the map, and what we might want to do is turn off the labeling there, but all on the roads, but we'll worry about that later. All those dots are where the city recorded flood damage. And zoom in a little bit and you'll see. You see those dots? They're probably hard to see, a little bit faint, but all those dots are areas that the city of Roswell reported damage on the flood of October 19th through October 20th, 2024. And if you notice, they're pretty tightly correlated to the floodplain, the FEMA floodplain, which is there. But notice they're outside of the floodplain. And that's because this is a 100-year flood event. And generally what we experienced October 19th and 20th, 2024 was considered a 500-year flood event. So you would expect it to be of greater magnitude and width. So here's your damage. So that's those dots right there. Now, for everyone that's wondering about the Flood Recovery Task Force, we're primarily, as a city task force, we're primarily focusing right now on damage to city properties and utilities, not to private property and utilities. Though we obviously are concerned about that. I myself was personally damaged by the flood, so I know a little bit about it. We have an inventory of damaged private properties, residences, and Mac and I are working to plot those accurately on this map so we can show you where those properties sustain damage. And we hope to have that for you next time we meet, or if you do, any of you want to show up to our Wednesday morning meeting on at 10 o'clock. What we've noticed so far, just preliminarily, and when we say the word preliminary, we're still working on it, a lot of the damage in the private properties occurred in the area where Mac has his cursor right there, which is not in the floodplain proper, but in the old floodplain. And so that's an interesting thing we're starting to see. And as we plot those things out for you, we hope to show you more of what we observed and what's happened. Okay, so this is the floodplain. This is the damages. We're going to show you another thing. This is the LiDAR study. LiDAR is a type of satellite imagery using data clouds and points. And this study right here was done by the state. This study is a very pretty collage of colors, which unfortunately reflects depths of water for a 100-year flood event, not a 500-year flood event, and not the flood event that we happened on the 19th, though obviously this is a representation of a modeled estimate of if we have a 100-year flood event. This is what the LiDAR data says, and this is preliminary as well, because they have to come in and work some more localized details out. But this is what the LiDAR data shows. So this map shows where if we have a 100-year flood event, this is where you would have a 100-year flood damage. And the color coding is depths, anticipated depths of water at that location. And obviously blue is better than green, and red is obviously the deeper of the channels. And you can see it's pretty diffuse. Come out a little bit, Matt, just so we can give a big picture view. And what you see that channel going along the north above Roswell, that's actually the Blackwater Draw and the Berendo. That's the Berendo where it goes. You guys go over this bridge all the time when you go to Walmart. And if you're older, you say when you went to the mall. And that's the Berendo. That's the South Berendo. And if it rains out there, that thing will go run. And you'll notice sometimes in July of last year, June, July of last year, the Berendo ran, and the Spring River ran a little bit, but the Hondo didn't run. So a lot of it depends on where the rainfall falls west of us, in what quantities or for what duration as to where the water's going to go, okay? But one thing we do notice is that when the Hondo runs, it goes right through our friends at Brown Brother Ranches, right across where Bobby Thompson's hanging out, and it hits the relief route, And it goes north, across that Jennings farm, across McGaffey. It connects back west of my office on West 2nd and the main trailer sales. And it ties, go up into your west, north and west, and it ties into the Spring River Corridor. So when the Hondo floods, or when those drainage floods, you get water into the Spring River Corridor, but you also get water from the Hondo channel, which goes overland and ties into the Spring River Corridor and adds water into that corridor. And you can see that very clearly. Another thing we have, and we'll have to talk to our colleagues at the DOT, sorry, Councilor Johnson, is the relief route itself is a man-made improvement that has changed the flood dynamics. And if we go over to Dexter and parts of Roswell, we'll see where the railroad, our colleagues at the railroad, have created what we would call a bit of a dam. And that also causes areas of inundation, right? Right now, you can see north of right there where the red, they're saying a lot of water, depth of water will accumulate right there on the west side of the relief route, a man-made dam. So, everyone really excited at this point?
Hey, Chris, do you have the same problem with the railroad tracks there by Dexter?
Yeah, the railroad tracks at Dexter. What's interesting about Dexter, and I know we're city of Roswell, so what's interesting about Dexter during the flood event of 2024 is it only rained like 0.2 inches in Dexter. But all these big drainage features came across, and the west side of Dexter flooded, and the east side of Dexter didn't. And the major reason for that, which is pretty apparent, is this big dam, which is the railroad. And we can't say fully what happened there, but the west side of Dexter took 3 to 4 feet, the east side of Dexter took a couple inches. And it didn't even really rain in Dexter. The water came in Dexter, if you go west of Dexter, it came down these big draws, 13-mile draw and Zuber draw. And it came across there because it was raining way up there, all accumulating and all moving across the land. And then there we were. So.
But you know, you have the railroad causes Fifth Street to flood.
Yep.
As well, and it floods into the courthouse every time you have a halfway rain because they have 4-inch or 5-inch culverts to go under the railroad tracks on Fifth Street, and everything else is a dam.
Right.
So there's a lot of problems with that, and the railroad is extremely slow about fixing anything
Yep.
on the railroad. County's already had all the money to fix Cottonwood Lane, and the railroad doesn't respond.
Right. Yep.
And the money's there, it's all budgeted, but they won't respond, and they have to tell you they can fix something on the railroad.
Yeah. Historically, railroads have been very powerful, going back to the 1800s, and they have a lot of autonomy over their property, and they exercise it. It's very difficult to do project work on BNSF railroads. It's very challenging to do the work. Okay, so now you're starting to see this picture come together. You're seeing where the damage is, that the city occurred, and we'll try to get the private property damage put up on this map to add to that. And there's just a couple things I think at this point we want to talk about and get out of your guys' hair. You guys have an item tonight on your agenda 19 that is a bond agenda. That's based off our NMGRT that we passed. One of the great things about my experience as city councilor was getting to raise taxes. It was very popular, and I was very happy to go out in public afterwards. But we did raise that for a reason, and here's the reason why, so everyone in the public hears us. When we get money from FEMA, we have to actually do the project. We actually have to have the money. They don't give us the money first. We have to have the money, do the project, and then they reimburse us a percentage. So you have to actually do the work. Another thing to know about the FEMA projects is they have to approve all that, and there's a delay. So we passed the tax to accumulate GRT, and that fund is restricted to be used to secure bonding so that the city has money to do the repairs to then get reimbursed. And that's very complicated, but that's what's happened. As of today, Mac, do you have an estimate of how much GRT we've accumulated?
Through June, we've collected 5.86 million.
So, your three, all of ours, because we all pay it, our 0.375 GRT increase in the last year has accumulated $5.8 million to be used to secure bonding, to fix our city, and get reimbursed by the federal government, a certain percentage.
If I can, Chris, do you have an estimated amount, how much it's gonna cost to let them know how much it's gonna cost to fix everything?
We have an estimated 170 million in damages total citywide.
So,
That does not include any damages to the flood commission and lands outside of that. That's the difference. They are not funded back. And we had flood commission lost $70 million for the project.
That's correct.
so pretty significant, generational event for those of us that live in Roswell and see a couple young people here. The decisions we make now are going to affect multiple generations of Roswellians as it comes to the money and the repairs. It's not gonna happen overnight, but we're all gonna be here dealing with it, and our kids will be dealing with it, and our kids' kids will be dealing with it. And it's just a fact of life, okay? So, that's kind of where we are on bonding and GRT. So obviously we encourage you guys to pass that in the public hearing so that we can get the money to do the repairs. We want to talk briefly about some of the major features of Roswell and the city of Roswell that were damaged. So there were 7, Mac? Matt, if you guys don't know Matt Rogers, he's been working, I just get to stand up here and say cool stuff. Matt Rogers works on this project every day since the flood occurred, and lots of city departments have been working on this. I just get to take all the credit and be in the paper. But Mac actually does all the work, and I just get to stand here. So, Mac 7?
Correct.
7. There were 7 significant city of Roswell owned properties in the floodplain that were damaged. The first was at Cahoon Park, the park's IT building, and our vagabond IT people are still roaming around, which is right there. That has been deemed significantly damaged, so it can be replaced. Over 50% of its value was lost in the flood. There used to be, I didn't really know what this was called, but I guess there's a little brick building, rock building over by the tennis courts where we all play pickleball now because we're old. And that is the old tennis pro building. That has also been significantly damaged. That's the city of Roswell building. As you go east and we come across Union and Washington, we have the Boy Scout building on the west side of Missouri. That has been significantly damaged. We have the Roswell Adult Center, significant damage. Going east further, we have the Roswell Museum, which not only the structure, but also lots of our irreplaceable items were damaged. We have the Roswell Convention Center. The Roswell Convention Center has not been deemed significantly damaged. Its damage estimate is 46% of the value. 50% of the value is the mark that it turns over, and the museum's still being determined.
Yes.
Yes.
We've submitted a version to consider substantial damage to the.
Yeah, and a lot of this really technical damage stuff, one of the best things the city did shortly after flood, we got very lucky because I think their proximity to us due to Ruidoso, we hired some very sophisticated FEMA consultants, and they are usually attending our flood recovery task force meeting, Deb and Jeb, and they are fantastic in maneuvering through this federal money quagmire. It's very complicated. We're not going slow because we want to, we're going slow because we have to. We don't have a choice. And then, so the convention center has been not deemed significantly damaged. It's at 46% of its value. What we're testing now is the cost of mitigation efforts and what that value will occur. And then there's the old Roswell, we call it the parks, what do we call it? Storage building on 12th and Virginia. That's been significantly damaged. So all of our city buildings are in the current floodplain, these 7 buildings. And the floodplain is not likely to get smaller. The floodplain, if anything, might get bigger. FEMA can change the floodplain. I believe, and this is just purely speculation on my part, but I think it's a really good guess, that the floodplain will increase in size and likely in depth because of this event. And I would be willing to bet a body part, probably a non-essential body part, that we will see the floodplain that was removed from the floodplain increase and be put back in. We don't know this for sure. We're just saying there's a likelihood that there will be a change in our floodplain, our depths, the latitude, the breadth, and everything like that. So that sucks. So fortunately for me and MAC and the Flood Recovery Task Force is we actually don't have to decide how this is all put back together. All of you get to decide, or ultimately get to make the decision, your city councilors. And all of you, everyone you know, gets to contribute to what we do and what we expect out of our community. Because what we do get to do is we can decide not to do certain things, and we can take money from certain areas and we can consolidate project money into other areas. We can consolidate certain functions in certain buildings, and we can relocate them if we want to. Now, where we relocate these things to, what we provide for the community is up to you guys and decided by these guys. Okay? Our job as a task force is just to give you the facts, even if they are not pleasant, give you some advice, provide you with some technical data, and walk away. So, no, we're all part of it. We're all in it together. So the next part of this is you've got this tax and you've got this bond, and we have this money coming from FEMA, and now there's one more thing we need to do. Well, we have a lot of things we need to do, but this is another key part of it. In my work, which is I work for an engineering company, we would call this a critical path. And we have to be able to chew gum and walk down the street and rub our bellies at the same time. Flood is something that we can't control. We can't control the weather. Maybe we could a little bit. They're playing around with it. But we can control our flood control structures. Come out, Mac, a little bit. Part of flood recovery, and we did the hard part. We already did the really crappy part, which was get up that Saturday and Sunday morning and the weeks that followed, and we cleaned up our city. And we tried to help people clean out their houses, and it sucked. Now we're getting the money. Now we've got a LiDAR study, but we need to do one other thing, and that's we need to do a drainage study. And that was on the ICIP list last year. We have funding for it. We need to get professionals, not people like me, not people like my company. I don't know of any professional working in Roswell, and there are a lot of technical professionals in Roswell that has the qualifications to do what we need to do next, which is figure out, given these conditions, what are the things that we can spend money on, which we can get reimbursed for, to reduce the effects of flooding? Because some of what we've done is we have modified our environment. We have built a relief route. We have paved more land. We have created things. We have affected this course. And there are things that we can do, and they're not necessarily expensive or super expensive. There are things we can do to affect future floods. And in order to do that, and everything accumulates, if we do something back here at the relief route, like tell the DOT to put some more culverts underneath there, no, that's coming, Daryl, just get ready. That will change what this looks like. If we put in big storage retention ponds in certain key places, that will change what happens. But all of that from back here to the west, through our city, and not just up on the Spring River corridor, but also down on the Hondo, all of that can make us more resilient to future disasters. All of that can improve the situation. It's not going to guarantee it goes away. That's impossible. If it rains like it did again, it's not going to be great, and it could, or it might not, and we would hope that it wouldn't. although we do like the rain, so it's hard. We could do things. In order to do that, we need a comprehensive drainage study done by technical professionals that will tell us what we can do, things that we can do that can be reimbursed by FEMA, and we can increase the resilience of our community to future disaster. Peter Drucker says, good management is doing the right thing, or doing things right. Good leadership is doing the right thing. We need to do the right things right now, even though we're not be around to see the results of it. We got to plant the trees our kids take shade under, and we have to create around these problems and see what we can do. So we got the bond, we got the taxes, we got the FEMA money. We need to study, because we don't want to make decisions, in my opinion. We don't want to make decisions now that any of the money we spend, it floods again. We got to try to make this better. I don't know what that is. I have ideas, but I don't know how to do it. We need to pay someone to do it for us. And I would encourage the city council to do that very aggressively. And I would encourage you guys to come to the Flood Recovery Task Force and start talking about the community aspect of our museum, our convention center, the department heads. We hope that you guys will come and talk about the problems you have and the things you need. We don't want to have any more fire trucks in the drink. I'm just saying, anything we can do to help you, chief. Just a little procedure. That's all I'm saying. It's not very painful, but it makes a big difference in the long run. We got to do these things, and we got to do all of them at the same time, because they're all going to converge. We know what to do, we've got the money to do it, and we know what the community expects us to do, and then we need to go do it. And if we can do those things, we'll be better off than we were. Okay? And that's it. Any questions? Mr. Mayor.
You should point out that the capacity of the Hondo River Channel is 1,100 cubic feet per second. If you have water coming out of the two dams, Rocky Arroyo is 450 feet per cubic second, and it does not have a gate. It does have the storage capacity of 120,000 acre feet of water. The Hondo River Channel has 450 cubic feet per second coming out of it, and it has 12,000 acre feet of water storage, but that is 900 cubic feet of water coming down the 1,100 foot channel. That leaves 200 cubic feet to go through Roswell. But the problem is you have from Rocky Arroyo's dam to the corner of the base gate, you have the possibility that is 9¼ miles. And according to Dick Smith, our last flood engineer, that has the capacity of having 10,000 cubic feet per second coming off that land. And all that's going to have to end up going into 200 cubic feet per second of water. So you're short 9,800 feet of space for the water. And so that's why we have to look on the drainage and see where to go to get to the drainage. Water, when you move it, you really can't move it straight downhill because it gathers speed and then it is uncontrollable. You need to meander it where it, and then when you go across and take it across if you can take it across the 285 is one thing, but your chances of getting it across the train track is absolutely unbelievable because they do not respond to issues and problems that are there. This is a constant problem with the trains, and we have a small problem with the highway, yes. The trains are a huge problem, and they flood an awful lot of material, and they don't get too excited about fixing things. But you have to get that water to the Pecos River as quick as you can without getting so much speed in that water that it does damage to all your structures that you're moving the water in. And that's.
Let me show you what Mr. Mayor just talked about, because he knows this really well as the flood person himself, Commissioner. So Twin River Dams is out here on the Hondo, and there's Rocky Arroyo, and that's one of those channels right there. There is no gate on Rocky Arroyo. So there was no ability to close it and reduce the flow. So what he's talking about in very simple terms on the map is right there, right about near your cursor. Then the Hondo comes down and it has a gate. That gate was not automated, so that gate was unable to be stopped very quickly. And then that water went across Brown Brothers, and what it actually looks like it did, Mr. Mayor, if you look at the LiDAR, is it did go over the channel and went overland and didn't actually extensively go down the Hondo channel. There's obviously a constriction there around the landfill, and those are little things we gotta look at. No silver bullet. There's no one thing we're gonna do that's gonna make it all go away. But there are lots of little things we can do that can make the situation better, right? Yep.
There's a gate for that spot that needs it.
There's a gate. We used to, the Conservancy District, which we all pay taxes for, has the right to divert Hondo floodwater into the Hondo Reservoir, which is west of Roswell. There are lots of little things we're gonna have to commit to, and we need to know what to do. So, anyone else, counselors? Thank you all for listening to my TED Talk. I got more than 3 minutes, Councilor Orteza.
Nice jacket.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you guys very much and the opportunity to serve you guys, continue working with you. Come see us Wednesday, 10 o'clock.
Before you chew gum and walk down the street, would you clean your hands so you don't get anything on your belly?
I won't.
Because I know you've been walking down the street.
I've been trying to work on my belly, sir.
Rubbing your belly, so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Goodbye. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Next we have, Omar Gonzalez for airport updates, and including, I believe, Mr. Tellings is here.
Alright,
Omar and Bobby's here too, so we gotta give her a little credit.
she is here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that's pretty tough to follow, pretty tough act right there. But, just gonna give you guys kind of a small update. The AAC didn't meet this month, but, a little bit of updates here. We got the generator. It was submitted. They did submit the specifications, and Molson said that they are preparing bid documents. There's not a schedule yet of when they're gonna have the bids, but that's coming. As far as the electrical vault, the FAA has confirmed the funding approval for it. The offer should be in soon. Construction will begin as soon as that grant is in place. And then we're going to talk about the master plan, which we've been waiting for quite some time now on that master plan. We finally got approval for it. We finally got the master plan in. And because we got the master plan, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be that we have the projects approved, right? What it does is it sets the airport up for the opportunity to do future projects in the future with the FAA, and it sets us up in a better spot to be able to get more grants, more funding to help grow the airport for future businesses that are going to come in. The BLM taxiway, that one should have been completed, but that one ran into a bunch of hiccups, I guess. They ran into a bunch of problems. The rain came, that delayed it some. I've talked to constructors, and they should be getting their electric part that they worked on. That's going to be inspected, and they have told us that they should be done by the end of the month on that project. So that project's coming to complete. The taxiway Charlie was completed. We did have a walkthrough on Tuesday. I believe it was Tuesday. We had a walkthrough on that one, so that one's completed. They did. There's a few minor issues that we did spot out when we did the inspection of it, but they did. Constructor said that they will be on it and to fill those holes. They're right on the edge line of the taxiway, which could serve as. It could be dangerous, right, for the airplanes. The airplanes, when they're taxiing down there, if they veer off a little bit, their tires could go in the cracks, so we're getting those filled in. The multi-taxiway project is still under review, still being development from Lochner. Okay, as we move on, We move on to the southeast water line, the southeast sewer line and project that is carryover from last year. We continue to make significant progress on the south sewer line and water line project funded through the city's $6.5 million that the city still has from the LEDA grant. The utility improvements will extend water and sewer services to the southeastern corner of the Air Center, providing the infrastructure needed to support future commercial and industrial developments in this area. The LEDA grant also is funding the construction of a much-needed new lift station that's out there at the base. This lift station provides utility services to the whole entire airport and base area. So the whole area goes right to that lift station, and the lift station pumps it to the wastewater, which is on College. The addition of these utilities is already generating interest at the Air Center. So recently, a firm expressed interest in approximately 105 acres on the southeast corner of the Air Center. So this job is Project Seeker. It's going to provide 300 jobs to Roswell. They've already conducted phase 1 of the environmental study. This company does recycling of batteries. They do recycling of aircraft parts, turbine fans, and so they have a patent on all of these. But we do appreciate Mr. McCormick's continued assistance in securing the advance of the granting for this project, which is helping position the Air Center for a long-term economic growth and investment. So now we're going to move over to the airlines. United Airlines, they reported, just a second, they reported for the month of June, they reported 1,539, which brings it to 51% of their passenger boarding, which also, and I think we got pictures, which also has produced, we didn't get them loaded? Okay, so which also has produced another problem. I think we've talked about this before, which a good problem, but it's still a problem, is the parking out there at the Air Center. I don't know if you've been out there lately, but it's overflowing now into the grounds, into the field, so all the parking lot's full. It's just overflowing now into the street right there that goes down to, what is that, Challenger? Challenger Drive, it's overflowing to Challenger Drive. And, you know, which is, like I said, it's a good problem, but it is a problem.
Does the master plan have a plan in here for that?
We do have a plan to build up.
Right. And so finally, we're going to talk about the restaurant. So for the month of June, the restaurant made $13,623.09. So I stand for any questions.
And did you say anything about the boarding of American Airlines?
I didn't get that one, no.
Questions of Omar? Yes. Counselor Howard.
For the restaurant, was that profit?
It sells.
That's it.
It sells, yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, Counselor Rulo. Any other comments? And I was thinking that last week they told us we were on percentage, at our last meeting, we're like, for United was up to like 71% or something somewhere.
No, I don't think it was that high. I think it was still 50s. It may have been 47. I think but it has gone up. It may have been 47. I can get that number for you and I'll give it to you. I'll email you.
Okay, can you get it to us?
Yeah, I sure can.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next we have, Mr. Tallings, airport updates. Welcome, Dave.
Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the council, thank you very much. I just have a few things that I'd like to talk about. The first is I'm delighted to say, with the help of many people, the emergency runway is actually finally under development. The equipment is in place, they are smoothing the ground, and at this point, I believe by mid-August, we should be complete. It'll be 6,000 feet, 5,000 of which will be paved, and then 2 500-foot overruns at each end, 60 feet wide. And that is moving ahead. Secondly, as I must admit, slightly optimistic last time we met. I had hoped we would have over 100 aircraft. Well, we at this point have registrations for approximately 90 aircraft. That's 31 more than last year. So if I'm doing what all good statisticians do, you play with your figures. That's a 50% improvement in aircraft that will be racing. It's mainly because the Unlimited, which stood down last year, and the Sport class, the Unlimited, are already registered with 15 aircraft. Sport has 16 aircraft at this point. Jets also have 16 aircraft, and they will be using the new, what they call the Mach course. The FAA has approved a larger course that we've never used before, never had available in Reno, that will be permitted to have planes flying up to 600 miles an hour. So they've nicknamed it the Mach course. I must say, it will be interesting. We in the jet category have 2 Russian MiG-17s registered. The MiG-17, as you know, has afterburner. As the head of RARA, I have been haggling with the jet class to say that at least in this first year, and probably forever, I would not like to see them racing with their afterburner engaged. And I would love to see them bring a demonstration of the effectiveness of the afterburner for the crowd, but not on the race course. I have not necessarily won that one yet. There's one aspect that helps my argument, though. The MiG-17 does not have very large fuel tanks. When they kick in, Bobby knows better than most people here, when they kick in that afterburner, it sucks a lot of fuel. And so it's not clear that they could run it very long in any event. The T6 class, my class, unfortunately we're down to 8 aircraft. As I said earlier, the accident in 2023 cost me 2 of my finest racers. To the accident, as I had to say, it cost me 4 racers, 2 wives, who basically said to their husbands, I hope you have enjoyed racing your T6 because you're not going to race it anymore. And because it was a post-race accident, it really shook up a good number of the spouses. So right now we're rebuilding our class, Formula 1, 12, biplanes 12, and Stoll, I believe, will come in at 12. At the moment, it's registered at 8. So we're looking forward to this. We expect to put out the list today, but it is being held up, and I won't name them. One of the hotels that we had arrangements with seems to be finding it difficult to live to their contract. And the point is, the minute we put out the full list of racers, it's my belief that the fans that have been waiting to see how many Unlimited and Sport guys we got will then be buying a great number of tickets and taking up the hotel. And because the hotel in question was the one that we have allocated to support the Sport class, until we resolve this issue, we probably won't release that list. I'm hoping before I leave on Sunday, we'll resolve it by tomorrow night, and we will get the list set on Monday, and we're very much looking forward to that. So with that, I would like to share 2 quick videos that are part of our advertising campaign. But before we run the first one, well, most all of you, I believe, are well aware of the phrase "last racer on deck." It refers to literally the last plane from our races is down. That is the moment in time when my anxiety level drops about 80%, because it means, like last year, we had no accidents, hopefully. So we have created a new caricature called Elrod for Last Racer on Deck. And Elrod is going to figure prominently in our advertising. Indeed, we have little Elrod caricatures that will be available for sale. So this, if you haven't seen some of Elrod online yet, this will be your first introduction to Elrod. I think we have the short video first, and then a 30-second one, I think, that follows. So if you could, for Roswell.
Are you ready for thrills, action, and excitement? Then bring your crew to Roswell, New Mexico for the National Championship Air Races and Air Show. Are you ready for...
And then we have, I think that was the longer one in the end. So now we're at the short one. With the exception of the Unlimiteds that you saw in that picture, which we obviously had to take the footage from the last Reno race, the crowd scenes and everything else were from last year's event. So I'm really pleased to say these are, with the exception of sport representation and Unlimiteds, these are all from the filming we did last year. So these are running in airports, in our drive markets, and our mid-range markets, like from Dallas, and they'll be running in Albuquerque. They're on YouTube, and they're being fairly widely distributed. But I hope you like Elrod. It was our best effort at combining a little of the Roswell alien story with our future activities and racing. So with that, I take any questions if you have any, and I just end as always by thanking the city and the council and the state for everything you've done to make this possible.
Have questions of Mr. Tell? Nothing on the ride? How many days will the Thunderbirds be here?
So the Thunderbirds, Raz, who's the head, will arrive on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, the full team comes in. And on Thursday, they're probably going to do arrival and everything. Then on Friday, they'll do the full routine, which is practice officially, but it's literally everything they do. And then Saturday and Sunday, both days, full routine. And then on the Friday night, the 18th, working in conjunction with the city support and the county, there'll be a Thunderbirds public reception being held on the courthouse lawn downtown between 6 and 9. And we picked that location, notwithstanding some challenges, but partially because we wanted a location off of the airport that expanded the chance for the public to come. And then when we say meet the team, we meet the team. The Thunderbirds are a team in total of 70 people. The pilots are the pointy end of the spear. Those other 60-plus people are what are necessary to keep those aircraft running in tip-top shape, available for everything to be done. And I will give a positive shout-out to Aflight. Not always my favorite group, but they will be doing all of the handling for fueling, so it'll be a great event for them. But for the sport and the unlimited, we use high-octane fuel, 140/160, and that requires special handling. And so we're working with Bobby and the Aflight to get browsers that can handle all of that fuel. So honestly, again, borrow from the mayor's comment about the city services. Everybody is pulling together to make this event happen. But that's the Thunderbird schedule. Anything else?
Any further questions? Councilor Johnson.
Ticket sales.
Ticket sales are over 500,000, and our belief is as low as it is at this point because a lot of the fans are, it cost us reputation last year when the Unlimiteds dropped out.
Yes, sir.
And so I think a lot of people are basically waiting to see the roster, which is why we've been trying to get that out. And I'm hoping that's Monday of next week. We are budgeting for 2 million in ticket sales, so I'm an optimistic guy. As my wife says, I'm ever optimistic, and then she counsels to say, yes, Fred, but frequently wrong. I'm hoping that's not the case this year. Thank you very much.
Fred, there was one thing, I noticed that Elrod was standing in the cockpit. Was that Bobby? I mean, she's the only one that can stand up in the cockpit like
Well,
that.
Elrod's not very big either, but, you know, he's a wonderful, smiley green fellow. So I think everybody will love Elrod. And we'll be doing a lot of, in our advertising locally, borrowing from the old Where's Waldo. We'll be doing some contests for people. Where did you see Elrod? They'll be popping up all around the city. Thank you very much. Appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have out-of-state travel. If we could, on page 78, for everybody's knowledge, we have the only out-of-state travel we had was for the police department for a K-9 unit. Anybody have any questions about that? That's all we had. They were going to Texas, Honey Grove, Texas. So, okay, so we've got that. Now we have public participation, and these items are limited to 3 minutes, as a general rule, so please try to keep to it. We have Miss Julie Seiler. We've heard of Miss Seiler before. Miss Seiler?
Hi, Mayor Jennings, City Council members. My name is Julie Seiler. I live at 1504 Taylor Drive. As you had mentioned, I was in front of the City Council at your last special session meeting in regards to my neighbor's dog who attacked and bit my sister in my backyard on June 12th. This has been an ongoing situation since October of 2025. I've gone to the neighbor's home several times about his dog running at large. Each time he says, you need to prove it. I've showed him numerous pictures and videos, and he has agreed, yes, that was his dog. He also makes the comment that he and his girlfriend work in law enforcement. The dog owner was only given a citation for a dog running at large when my sister was bitten. I think a medical report from Eastern New Mexico Medical Center ER doctor would trump any report from an animal control officer. I investigated and I found the definition of a vicious animal in the City of Roswell Code relating to vicious animals ordinance 18/07, and it states, for purposes of this section, a vicious animal is a dog that without provocation bites or attacks human beings or other animals, or in a vicious or terrorizing manner approaches any person in apparent readiness and attitude of attack. Why I'm wondering this dog was not considered a vicious animal at that time. I have been talking with Fry since January of 2026. He has not been supportive with me. As a matter of fact, he argued that my sister was not bitten even when he had a medical report in front of him with the diagnosis of a dog bite. The stories about Fry go on. I recently found out something kind of interesting. I didn't know who my neighbor even was. I found out his name is the owner of the dog, Miguel Barrientos, who is a detective for the Roswell Police Department. The writing is on the wall for me as to why Fry has not helped me. Fry works for the Roswell Police Department as well, and he is over animal control. If this isn't the blue wall of silence, I don't know what is. My sister still has not received documents of Miguel's dog's vaccine records, and this incident happened on June 12th. Barrientos pled not guilty. I was in the courtroom when he was in front of Judge Cizeski on June 23rd. Judge Cizeski told him there would better not be any more reports of his dog running at large. July 3rd, Miguel Barrientos' dog was in my yard again. Miguel Barrientos obviously has no respect for authority. Law enforcement officers should enforce the law. Barrientos can't even follow the law to keep his dog in his yard. No one is above the law. I sent pictures and videos of the dog in my yard on July 3rd to Chief Aldonado as well as Fry. I called RPD and Animal Control for them to come file a report. No one came. I do have to say Chief Aldonado has been wonderful to me. He is very, very supportive.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, and he's been very supportive. I see that he truly puts citizens of Roswell as a priority. Fry has not contacted me, even though I asked him to after this July 3rd incident. I do know a lot of wonderful law enforcement officers with RPD, and it's a shame that Fry and Barrientos have given RPD a bad reputation. I think this should have never gotten this far out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next we have, Mr. Cortez. I think he's already through, so we'll have him. Then we have Mr. Gabriel Cobos. Mr. Cobos?
Hey, Mayor, hey, City Council members, how you doing today? One thing I want to know about is, are we going to get a data center?
I'm not aware of any, there are plans, people that have plans for data centers, but I don't know that they've approached the city.
It's in the county.
It's in the county, so they haven't approached the city on anything about.
Okay, the public needs to know about this, and the public needs to make the decision on that decision. Another thing that I want to know about is why are things not being done with the rivers, you know, that's with the Honda, with everything, you know, with the flood, you know, yeah, we already had, what's his name, to talk about that. But, and another thing that I want to know about is, for instance, the situation with the safety corridor on South Main. Y'all had spoken about this and it was posted on Facebook that, on the Daily Record, that y'all know that there's a problem with the safety corridor going south and north. Y'all are moving slow enough, but y'all are gonna move even slower even though it's a safety concern. And there needs to be a paved shoulder. There needs to be adequate turning lanes to turn onto the entire roadway. From
And where we had an issue we did with turning lanes on Sunset, I'm not aware of anything that's where it's, but our streets and city engineer will be the ones.
I think we have a safety corridor in Roswell. Do we?
Officially,
no, we don't have the safety corridor in Roswell.
Well, there's been multiple accidents on South Main. I talked to you last week.
One of the base.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And
And the condition of the road, yes, you spoke to me about, yes, sir.
you know, it needs to be paved shoulder. Mr. Nahar tried to quiet me up and put the millings that were left over from the work that was done. It needs to be paved. I'm surprised that Coca-Cola hadn't said anything. I'm surprised Pepsi hasn't said anything. And then it would be nice if we would have our south side of Roswell beautified. That way when people leave the airport, it doesn't look ghetto. That's fine. I don't know how the games work.
I could just say on in looking at where we're going, Main Street as it goes to the base, all that, the only thing the city owns really is the street. And that was some of the decisions made years ago. We have a number of issues on roads, a lot of them related to the flood. And we're looking at that on the Hondo rivers and everything else. We've been working with the FEMA and those people to get things together so we can get the plans together to work on the fixing the river channels all the way up and down the river. And I thought we just got some funds the other day on some of that, but I could be wrong on that. I thought they just had some come.
From Jaffa north, from Jaffa up to the base.
Yes.
It does need help. There's no doubt. There was a mill in overfill, I believe, from Jaffa all the way to, I believe, Hobbs.
Yes, and
But, you know, it's just a lot of stuff going on right now. And
there's already these cracks that are from
Yes.
the east to the west.
There's no
I mean,
doubt.
it's, poorly done by our tax.
But then,
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all.
First, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you for coming out and talking. It means a lot that you take the time and have these thoughts and share them with us. I do want to actually express, when it comes to the data center, I've seen a lot of concern about that on Facebook, but I do want to put it out there that the county commission is the one that has actually been looking at that for a good moment. We haven't had any real public feedback on it, on what they're deciding, but I will say correctively, as far as I understand, it's not like near the city limits. It's far out.
We don't want to hear.
Well, and that's what I'm telling you, because I'm not a fan of it. But what we need community members to inform the county commission of your thoughts.
I'll be calling the county commissioner.
Yes, so they vote on it, and they meet once a month, 9 a.m. I believe it's on Thursday morning, so please, I keep asking people. Right here.
I'll be here Thursday. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Councilman Moore.
Mr. Cole, I also agree about it being a fine down south. It's something you always talk about. They're working on it. I think the airport now does all the grounds and all that stuff around there. Did y'all go back to having different crews?
Can we get
different areas?
can't the airport put like some of the money that they get from the races to do improvements? Because considering everybody that comes and lands sees everything that, and I mean, I've had people come from out of state and tell me, wow, it looks like I'm in a third world country. That's embarrassing.
There's a lot happening in the master plan, Mr. Cole also had some of those things. I also live at the base, so I understand what you're talking about, how it looks, and coming in certain, certain views, the way when you come onto the base, it doesn't look real bad right there right now. But back off in the back where the planes are gonna be and where people are gonna be driving through, that really looks bad in that place that was supposed to have all those pretty beautiful trees. That was supposed to block all that industrial stinky smell and all that. Never happened, all the trees are dead, and they promised we were gonna have trees going around the whole thing where that gravel thing is. All those trees are dead, there's garbage there again, and so I understand what you're saying, because I see it on the regular, so I'm not, I hear what you're saying, and so that is something, I don't know, we go through at the airport, I don't necessarily know. I complain about the trash and those things quite often. But like I said, if they're gonna drive through to get to the airport, they're gonna see all those back I Street, and G Street, and all those really rough areas. People coming off those planes and driving around going to that airport, that's what they're gonna see. They don't have to come to their front gate. They can go around the back, and that's where it's really rough, in the back. So I don't know who would be, we're gonna be having these multi-million-dollar air races and things like that. I think they had to do something more, once the airports get situated. You wanna beautify around there where the people are going to see. And I don't know who that gravel place is, but they're not living up to their word about beautifying that neighborhood. With their trees and the watering and all that stuff, they're not living up to that. I remember when I fussed about them blocking that street, that was gonna happen. And that was gonna happen, and that's exactly what happened there. They didn't live up to their part. Like I said, half the trees are dead.
We need to hold them accountable.
Water.
They need to get cited.
Ms. Barbara was going to say something. You ready to say something, Bob? Oh, that's just you ready to say something. And so I understand. So I just think if you're gonna have 500,000, how many ever people they say are coming through here to see that, look what they're gonna see. So we need to be careful, you know what I mean? Be careful what we ask for. If we're not gonna take care of they're putting the trees up in front, in the middle, when you come on, they got the trees growing and the water, grass, all that. But when you go around where all the rest of the people are gonna see, it doesn't look as nice. And so, and everybody keep telling me, y'all know y'all gonna say it, I'm sure my name will be in the paper about it, that there is a north-south difference. You can say there's not, but there is a north-south difference. You can see when you pass, like most cities, when you pass a certain area, you know what area you're going into. Once you get to a certain part, we know where the money stops. And I do understand that the county gets part of that pass, the relief route on, but it's a mess. It's a mess. The dead grass, the grass is this tall at the rehab and all those places over there. The grass is up this high, no one touched the grass. It's a mess. And so I think as we get ready for these races, we need to consider what the people are going to be seeing when they come in, just to come in to see the races.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Provost.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yes.
So right there where he's talking about where the trees are at, I don't think that's city.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Right there where he's talking about, I don't think that's city-owned property. And then like the rehab where you're talking about, I know that property right there is still owned by the state. So we're constantly calling the state to come over, so they need to keep cutting that grass. We had a fight with them to come remove those trees that all fell down. But yeah, there's a lot of property out there that is overgrown. I agree with you, but a lot of it's not city-owned property. So we reach out to those fields that are right there next to where Ilea's at. Those are privately owned as well. But we reach out to wherever we can to the owners to come cut the fields.
What about the gravel place? Can you reach out to them about the dead trees and all the trash?
Which gravel place are you speaking? Are you talking about on the backside?
cut off the road and cut off the road.
Are you talking about the emulsion plant? That emulsion plant, Eric?
Yeah, it's a company place.
Yeah.
When we gave them that street and all that, they promised to make that so that all the trees would be pretty and grow up and so that all the neighborhood would look.
And I think they're the ones that own all that property right there, yeah. We can reach out to them. Thank you.
And there's trash on their property too, so, you know, there's a couple of things I think they need to be taken care of.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Coble.
Next, we have, item 17, a public hearing, to hold a public hearing and vote on a restaurant, beer and wine, spirits license with on the premises consumption with a patio service, application number BLA, 50 and then 18225. Ellie's Cafe doing business as Ellie's Mexican Restaurant located at 2601 North Main in Roswell. And I believe, she's here, so we can have, Councilor Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we hold a public hearing and vote on a restaurant beer, wine, and spirits license of on-premises consumption and patio service for Ellie's Restaurant doing business as Ellie's Mexican Restaurant located at 2601 North Main Street, Roswell, New Mexico.
Second.
We have a motion, who is the second? Councilor Arnold for a second. Okay, do we have any discussion? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
No?
we need to swear in. It's a quasi-judicial hearing, so we need to swear in.
All right. So anyone who plans on testifying, if you'd please stand up so we can, so you can be sworn in.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You said yes?
Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Elliott and Helen, Ms. Wood said yes. Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, council members, if I may. Real quick, I wanted to make a correction. It's 3601 North Main. It's correct on the application and everything else. It's just on the abstract.
Okay, just here in the book.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, you can get that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir. Under the statute, the governing body is required to conduct a public hearing on the application and must roll call vote approve or disapprove the requested application. This hearing is quasi-judicial in nature and must be conducted accordingly. Hellas Cafe doing business as Hellas Mexican Restaurant, application BLA 18225, located at 3601 North Main Street, Roswell, New Mexico, has applied for a restaurant beer, wine, and spirits license with on-premises consumption and with patio service. In considering whether to approve or disapprove the application, the governing body may only disapprove the application if it finds substantial evidence to support one of the following. The proposed location is within an area where the laws of New Mexico prohibit the sale of alcohol beverages, or the issuance or transfer would be in violation of zoning or other ordinances in a governing body. Under the zoning verification letter, per the request of Angelica Woods, the owner, it certifies that according to the City of Roswell official zoning map, the property located at 3601 North Main is zone Z2. Under the ordinance, Z2 Community Commercial District, Section 2, use regulations, permitted uses are as follows: 20 restaurants, food, drink, lounges, and liquor. The city attorney has approved the notes of council's consideration of the application due to the time constraints of Liquor Control Act The applications do not go to a board or committee. City staff does not make any specific recommendation, but notes the following of city council consideration. Because Alcohol and Gaming Division has granted preliminary approval of the application has established a prima facie entitlement of the license. The burden of disapproval is then shifts to the city. The Mexico case law has held that the director of the Alcohol and Gaming Division of the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department may still issue a license. There does not appear to be evidence that the location is in the area where the sale of alcohol beverages is prohibited by law. There does not appear to be evidence that the sale of alcohol at the location will be in violation of any city zoning law or other ordinance. And you can see the application in regards to the attachments. The address is correct there, as well as in the zoning verification letter.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Woods, would you care to make any statements? Okay. Any questions from members of the committee, from the council? Okay, seeing no questions, a motion by Councilor Hillebrand, seconded by Councilor Arnold. If the clerk would call the roll.
Counselor Hildebrand,
Aye.
Counselor Arnold. Yes. Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
No.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Maruco.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1.
Okay, thank you. On a motion, by Councilor Hillebrand, second by Councilor Arnold, item 17, a public hearing for a beer and wine license has been granted to beer and wine application number 18225, Ellie's Cafe, doing business as Ellie's Mexican Room, food, located at 3601 North Main, is duly passed by vote 7 affirmative and 9 negative. Thank you very much. Next we do item 18, ordinance 2605, a public hearing to consider adopting the proposed ordinance 2605, an ordinance for the issuance of industrial revenue bonds for the Gallagher Solar LLC project and execution of a bond purchase agreement, indenture lease, and sublease. Councilor Cavan. Well, he's not here. Councilor Arnold, would you please go ahead and 18?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to hold a public hearing to consider adopting proposed ordinance 26-05, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of industrial revenue bonds, an execution bond, purchase agreement, indenture lease, and sublease.
We have a motion by Councilor Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
By Councilor Halverson, a second. Okay, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilors. Gallagher Solar seeks to develop a 2.7 megawatt community solar facility on 2 parcels of land, also known as lots 1 and 2 of Gallagher's summary replat, located at 1612 East 2nd in Roswell. The project was granted a conditional use permit under zoning case CUP-25-0046, and the applicant intends to develop all property with as a community solar facility. The 2.7 megawatt system will provide credits to approximately 600 homes in Excel service territory. This facility that will constitute an industrial development project. The governing body has approved the IRB's inducement resolution in March of 2026. Community solar projects are competitively chosen by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and I believe we have a representative online from Gallagher Solar. Stand for any questions.
Okay, is the gentleman online? Okay, and
Yes, sir. This is Pierre Journal. Can everyone hear me from CB North America?
okay. And your name one more time, or?
Yeah, my name is Pierre. That's Pierre, and last name is Journal. Journel.
Okay. Okay, Pierre, go ahead.
Yeah, so good evening to the council members of the city of Roswell, Mayor Jennings, and everyone in attendance this evening. And thank you for your time. I want to particularly thank City Manager Mr. Hessen Tema, as well as the City of Roswell Legal Committee for the incredible help and support throughout this process. We've met multiple times and have begun discussions around this IRB structure since November of 2025. So as I mentioned, my name is Pierre Journal. I represent CB North America, which is the developer for Gallagher Solar LLC. I'm also joined today by our local counsel, Eduardo Duffy from Sutton, Thayer, and Brown. And I do apologize that I could not attend this meeting in person tonight. So along with our submission of various documents related to the IRB process, I did want to provide a brief update on the community solar project and where it stands today. The project is approximately 2.7 megawatts of solar generation located in the city of Roswell on the east part of town along 2nd Street. For the benefit of everyone here, the project is located right at the city limits, adjacent to the Trailer Village RV Park. It was mentioned just before, but about 2.7 megawatts roughly constitutes approximately 500 to 600 homes in terms of renewable energy production. The project is located on 2 parcels of land, which are approximately 15 acres and are owned by a private landowner, Mr. Chad Gallagher. We've signed a lease with the landowner for a 20-year duration. Guarantee long-term lease payments while also allowing the development of the parcel of land for renewable energy generation. This project has a signed interconnection agreement with Excel Energy, the utility, and will also constitute significant distribution line upgrades within kind of the local distribution grid. It was mentioned earlier, but the project received its planning and zoning approval from the city of Roswell under case 22-020 COC, as well as case 22-021 CUP. And then lastly, and most importantly, this project will be part of the New Mexico Community Solar Program. I know it was mentioned earlier, and then in fact got a call from a member of the city of Roswell, but I do want to confirm that this project has made it into the Community Solar Program in New Mexico. So what does this mean? This means that contrary to large-scale utility projects, the power that's going to be produced here will be distributed locally for residents in the city of Roswell. And in addition, as part of the New Mexico Community Solar Program, residents will be able to subscribe to the project and receive a significant discount on their monthly utility bills. And this is in fact the whole principle around community solar, which is to allow access to the benefits of solar for residents without needing to install their own solar panels. So right now, this is really one of the first approvals that we're seeking. Ideally, we'll kind of finish development for this project in the fall of 2026, and we're seeking to pull our building and our electrical permits towards the end of the year and hopefully start construction in early 2027. With that, I'll yield my time and I'll happily answer any questions that anyone may have related to the community solar project, and I appreciate it from time.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience who would care to speak for or against this? Anyone in the audience who would care to speak for or against this? Anyone in the audience who would care to speak for or against this? Questions from members of the council?
If I may.
Okay.
Is the equipment, American made equipment? The panels, etc.?
This is Councilor Johnson.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So yes, we do. We in fact, based on the tax credits that we intend to receive for the project, we're trying to source American-made equipment. So yes, the answer to that is yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you, tell me how many full-time employees you will have on the payroll once this project is complete and in service?
Yeah. Yeah, if I heard the question correctly, was it related to employment once the project is operational?
Correct. How many employees do we have on the payroll once this project is complete and in operation?
Yeah, so it is very limited. Truthfully, what we do is we usually outsource the operation and maintenance, and we try to go with really local companies. So I'd say maybe 1 or 2 full-time employees that will go out periodically to maintain the facility, whether that's to, mow the grass or take care of the vegetation, but a lot of it is remote monitoring. Now, I will say that as part of the New Mexico Community Solar Program, we have to local with a local partner to actually build the facility. And so we intend to work with a company called Affordable Solar, which is, a very big company in New Mexico and is a local player for actually constructing the facility. But once the facility is operational, there's very few employees that are kind of on full payroll and in charge just of this facility.
Thank you.
Can there be any further questions? Now, it's my understanding that some of the homes in this existing area will receive some lower electrical rates because if they get credits if they decide to participate in this project.
That's absolutely correct, sir. So what's really exciting about a project like this is that, we said that approximately 2.7 megawatts is about 500 homes. As part of the New Mexico Community Solar Program, we have to subscribe 51% of our customer base to be low-income households. Those low-income customers will receive a 27% discount on their utility bills for the first 5 years. And then that reduction will go to 10% for the remaining 15 years. And then for the remaining 50%, it'll be a 10% discount on their monthly utility bill. So overall, as we see electricity prices skyrocketing, this is definitely a benefit for local residents that choose to sign up for community solar through their local utility to receive a discount like this.
Now, are there any limits on whether or not they have existing solar on those people?
They do not need to have existing solar. So they can sign up through whether they're EPE, Excel, whatever utility territory they're in, they can sign up for the project. And then they'll receive the discount on their utility bill, but they do not need to install solar on their own homes or on their own parcel of land.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council members? Seeing none, on a motion by Councilor Arnold, seconded by Councilor Halverson, for the ordinance number 2605, this public hearing for adopting proposed ordinance 2605, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of industrial revenue bonds to Gallagher Solar LLC and execution of bond purchase agreement, indentures, lease, and sublease. On a motion to pass that, if the clerk would call the roll.
Councilor Hildebrand,
No.
Councilor Arnold,
Yes.
Councilor Oropesa,
Yes.
Councilor Moore,
No.
Councilor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilor Halverson,
Yes.
Councilor Gass,
Yes.
Councilor Marujo.
Yes.
By a vote of 6 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, ordinance number 2605 has duly passed the council an ordinance authorizing the issuance of industrial revenue bonds to Gallagher Solar LLC project and the execution of bond and purchase agreement and indentured and lease and sublease. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next we go to item.
Thank you very much.
Yes, item 19. Whoops, excuse me. Item 19, an ordinance number 2606 to hold a public hearing to consider adopting proposed ordinance 2606, authorizing the execution of delivery and loan of agreement between the New Mexico Finance Authority for the improvement projects related to the flood commissioners. Councilor Yaz.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to hold a public hearing to consider adoption of proposed ordinance 2606, which authorizes the execution and delivery of a loan agreement with the New Mexico Finance Authority for improvement projects related to flood damage.
And we have a motion by Councilor Gass, seconded by Councilor Moore, for the ordinance number 2606 to hold a public hearing to consider the adopting of ordinance 2606 for authorizing the execution and delivery of the loan agreement with the Mexico Finance Authority for the improvement projects related to flood damage. Okay, Mr. Matt Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As part of the 2025 legislative session, Senate Bill 383 allowed for the issuance of an increase in GRT to fund flood recovery bonds. And in March of 2025, Council passed an ordinance increasing the GRT. Approving this ordinance would keep the city on track to sell these flood recovery bonds in September. We have an estimated 60 to 70 million in capacity from the ordinance we passed in March of 2025. As mentioned earlier, we've collected 5.86 million through June in GRT revenue for flood. Recently, the New Mexico Finance Authority Board has conditionally approved our loan in the amount of 24.3 million. And I believe we've got our bond counsel and bond advisor on the phone if you have any questions.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that cares to speak for or against this? Is there anyone in the audience that cares to speak for or against this? Is there anyone in the audience that cares to speak for or against this? Seeing none, Councilor, do you have any questions? Seeing none, I would just point out, I would like to thank our city attorney at the time and manager Hess Eichmann, because we sat down and put together this after we had the flood. Is 3/8 of a cent, so we had sufficient monies to pay the 25% local cost share that is funded for all the monies we get from FEMA. We were hoping to get 75 million. We still might, with interest rates, maybe it'll get up as high as 75. But that would pay for us if we had up to $300 million worth of damage. That would be FEMA would pay. This would be our match, 25 million for each. 100 million is what our match is, unless they give us a special rate to go, and I think they can go down to 1/8 instead of a quarter. And we hope to get 12.8, and we'd have more money than that. But Hess helped me a lot. We spent a lot of time going back and forth to Washington or to Santa Fe to get this passed, and that's what allows us to be ahead of the game, so we have the money to match whatever FEMA comes up with. So I would encourage you to vote for this. Any further comments? Seeing them on a motion by Councilor Gass, seconded by Councilor Lady Moore, on ordinance number 2606, to adopt a proposed amendment authorizing the execution and delivery of loan agreements with the New Mexico Finance Authority for improvement of flood projects related to flood damage. If the clerk would call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, Counselor Kevin joined the meeting at 7:54.
Vote 7. Welcome, Counselor Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go on. I didn't see you, man. Okay.
So stealthy.
Stealthy, he's very stealthy. Okay, if the clerk would call the roll.
Counselor Hildebrand,
Aye.
Counselor Kevin,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson, Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Marujo.
Yes.
Vote 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Item ordinance 26-6, has passed. For ordinance 2606, authorizing the execution and delivery of loan agreements for the Mexico Finance Authority for improvement projects related to flood damage. Okay, next we have item 20, an ordinance, to hold a public hearing to consider adopting ordinance 2607, an ordinance to refund series 2017 joint water sewer improvement bonds. Counselor Gass.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to hold a public hearing to consider adopting proposed ordinance 26-07, ordinance to refund the series 2017 joint water sewer improvement bonds.
Second.
And we have a motion by Counselor Gass, a second by Counselor Marujo. Okay. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The refinancing of the outstanding joint water and sewer bonds issued in 2017 would also provide a mechanism to fund a loan agreement reserve account and provide for the payment of the principal and interest solely from the revenues of the joint water and sewer utility system. It is anticipated by refinancing this bond that the city would likely save approximately $750,000. The New Mexico Finance Authority Board has also conditionally approved this loan in the amount of $12.8 million. And again, we have our bond counsel and bond advisor online if you have any questions.
And the bond counsel, they're online? Did they identify themselves or?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ian Bearden. I'm with the Monroe Sperling Law Firm. We're bond counsel to the city. I'm standing in for Chris Muirhead today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the bond ordinance or the refunding of the 2017 bonds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone in the audience who cares to speak in favor of this? Is there anyone in the audience who cares to speak in favor or against item 26, ordinance 2607? Related to this joint water and sewer bonds refinancing. Is there anyone in the audience who would care to speak for or against this? Seeing none, councilors? Could the councilors who would care to speak in favor of this? Councilor Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually just a technical question for Mr. Rogers. I just needed clarity as I was studying this last night. Something kind of threw me off and one of my mind tricks. But if you look at page 232, there's a break in the timeline, and it shows June 25th, then July 23rd. I just wanted to deduce that was a typo, but then it just didn't make sense. So could you clarify if that sequence is correct on there? Not that it's a big deal, it's just for my mind only.
Yes, I believe that is a typo as well.
Okay.
Our bond counsel may have something to add there as well.
I didn't want to make that.
My apologies, I'm trying to get to the page there. Would you tell me again which page of the agenda packet we're talking about?
232.
Now, his packet might be different. Your packet might be, it's right at the end of all your things, it's on,
It's the very last page.
yeah, 6 of 6. It's the next page after 6 of 6.
If I may, Mayor, it would be item 20 if he's looking at his digital agenda packet. It would be item 20.
Item 20.
And
Item 20, thank you, I will find that real quick here.
And the question is in reference to the New Mexico Finance Authority Board authorization of simultaneous marketing. It looks like that will occur in June, or is July the correct date?
Yeah, oh yeah, apologies, that would be July.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's June, which one, item, the Mexico Board meeting is in June, and then there should be July 25th, or instead of June, on item.
That's correct.
Going to be out of order, so, okay. Is there any objections to the correction? Is there any objections to the correction? Seeing none, the document will be corrected. Any further comments on, any further comments from any councilors? Questions? Seeing none, on a motion by Councilor Gass, seconded by Councilor Arujo, to approve ordinance 2607, an ordinance to refund series 2017 joint water and sewer improvement bonds. On a motion to pass, if the clerk would call the roll.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have to apologize real quick. So the question's been asked on this, whether it's July 25th or June 25th. But you have to NMFA board authorization for simultaneous marketing on July 23rd. So which is going to come first? The NMFA board meeting to approve the bond? So does that date for the authorization need to be after that meeting with NMFA?
So I believe the authorization has already occurred on June 25th. And then, and then our bond counsel confirmed that the simultaneous marketing will occur in July. So the timeline is correct.
The New Mexico Finance Authority has already conditionally approved the loan, and the marketing will occur in July.
So June 25th is correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Proceed, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so the item B, or the item where it says, June 25th is actually when the finance board moved to approve the loan, so then they can, and they come back and they will have the simultaneous meeting for the authorization on the 23rd. But the finance authority will approve that, I guess, at their June meeting. Be the way I would look at that.
That's right, I believe that item on the financing schedule here is just out of order.
Yeah, it's just out of order, but it's not incorrect, it's just out of order. So.
Correct, right.
Okay, everybody understands that, it's just out of sequence. Okay, if the clerk would call the roll.
Counselor Hildebrand,
Aye.
Counselor Cavan,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold. Yes. Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson. Counselor Corn, I'm so sorry, Counselor Halverson.
Yes.
Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Madrigal.
Yes. By a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative, ordinance 2607 has duly passed to, an ordinance to refund the Series 2017 Joint Watershed Improvement Board bonds. Okay, next we have new business, so we should be ready for this one. Item 21 is to recommend to the city council the ratification of adoption of the procurement policy. Okay, and we have Councilor Cavan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make a motion to recommend to the city council the ratification and adoption of the new procurement policy for the city of Roswell. And you're having these handed out to you as you speak right now. And I think that we have, Tony's gonna speak to us, but I know Tony's going to speak also. Anyway, so that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, back here on page 20. All right, we're on 20. What number are we?
21.
21 over this. All right, 21. On a motion by Councilor Cavan, and was a second by Councilor Arnold. Sorry, thank you. Okay. Mr. Tony, would you care to explain the procurement?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Excuse my voice, it's a little bit worse right now, but agenda item number 21 is to recommend the city council the ratification and adoption of the procurement policy. It actually should say purchasing policy there, not procurement policy. And in your packet, your original packet, you were given the original document that didn't have the red line changes in there that were from legal. What you were just handed out now was the changes with those red line versions in there. So there were some changes on the amounts in there that were done in legal, and you guys should have those now. Give you a second to look at that real quick.
Okay. We might be missing, well, maybe not, I don't know if we're missing a page, but, or a sentence. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience here to speak for or against? Pardon? Oh, it's not, well, that's right, it's the ratification. Okay. Ms. Tony, do you have anything that you like to enlighten us on?
No, just that the special audit required us to have a more robust policy in place for purchasing. And this is to accomplish that so that we mark off one of those audit findings that we had in the special audit. I know there is some other table items in finance right now regarding the ordinance on this. But this is just the policy for it right now. If you have any questions on this, I can answer those, and I also have Judy here as well if you have any questions for her.
Okay, are there any questions, Council? Hildebrand?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe when we talked about this in legal, and you go to page 14, because the ordinance has not been passed, but if you take item number 4, this is all bids and requests for proposals require governing body approval prior to the award when the value of the contract exceeds $125,000. We did not get clarification, and that could be in conflict, it may not be in conflict. And I think what that needs to read, that subject to the effect of the value of the contract is within the stated ordinances.
Correct.
No dollar amount should be put in there because that has not been finalized.
Correct.
So whatever that wording needs to be, I'm looking at the legal to get that wording proper.
And I
think that's what
believe,
we talked
I
about.
believe they were gonna change it to, as stated in the ordinance or something to that effect.
That's what I thought we talked about, and there was never a dollar amount.
So you have a motion to do that, right?
Yeah, I guess I need to make a motion for that.
Well, the moment value of the contract, as stated in the ordinance, would replace exceeding, everything else on it, exceeding the way I see it, up to the end of the line.
Yeah.
And so you would just replace all the colored, stuff in our paper and in the black, and just replace that with as stated in the ordinance.
In current city ordinance.
Say it in current, okay.
I'll second.
Mayor, council, if I might, this is, the Josh, city attorney. I'm hoping you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
You can, of course, certainly make that motion if you want, and there's no objection to that. But as a matter of law, the policy is going to defer to whatever ordinance gets passed. So whatever the numbers are in the ordinance will be by operation of law amended in the policy. And the policy will just follow whatever the law that gets passed eventually.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Josh, you just should state that. If that's what you're saying the law is, then this procedure should probably state the way you say it, just what you said. And I thought that's what we talked about at the legal committee. So anyone who was there to correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what this thing should say. If you're saying no matter what the dollar amount is, then let's get the document right.
And you totally agree with that. The only issue with that is the council, when it sees the ordinance, can amend that dollar amount at any time. And so if you want to have that dollar amount amended to match what we think the ordinance is going to be, that's fine. But then if you change the ordinance, then that amount might really change. That's all I'm saying.
What I said was, whatever the verbiage would be, whatever the current city ordinance is. No dollar amount, because again, you're right, you can change it anytime at whatever council decides 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and that will keep this document in line with that. That's all I'm saying. So that's my recommendation, or that's my motion to change that it follows to the side of the current city ordinance.
And as long as what he is saying, whatever the current city ordinance is, would be exactly whatever we adopt as the ordinance, whatever amount this whole policy will follow it.
Right.
I mean, that's the way I see it. I think that's, so, yeah. So I think, I don't know that we still have to come up with our ordinance. And that will set the policy to whatever this does. So this will upgrade our procurement process, but it will upgrade it to whatever extent is proposed in the ordinance and passed by the council. That's, okay. That's right, yes. Councilor Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a matter of clarification. Do we currently have an ordinance that establishes a certain amount? Or do we have to come up with one?
I believe in the ordinance, it doesn't have a specific amount in there right now.
So, Councilor Professor there, Sure, currently there is not an amount because that was the way the former mayor and former city manager has set the table. So we don't have a current amount. Right now, the city manager could spend that well. Unfortunately, we have a city manager currently that is very conservative with our taxpayer dollars. So until we do this, we really don't have a
Councilor
barrier,
Tappan,
a
can you-
barrier in place.
Can you speak into your mic, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. So currently, we don't have anything in place, and I think that's one of the things that was part of the finding. And that's why we're going through this right now to actually set that in place, that marker. So, and Judy, you've looked at this, the special audit and as the internal auditor, I'm sure you've looked at this, but I don't think that currently there is an amount that is set in stone for the city manager.
I have the municipal code sections here, and and I believe that the only number threshold, amount threshold is in regards to change orders. And so I believe that ordinance or that the city manager does not have a limit in regards to negotiating of contracts. But Josh, if you, okay, hold on.
Dan, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm reading, and of course, I'm going off our book here, but, this would be section number 3A, the special note, where it says, well, on ours, it would be page 240 on our packet here. On here. Down the book, but it states, budget adjustments or change orders. The treasurer can approve the 10,000, and then the city manager can do up to 60,000. And anything above that should be approved by the governing body. And, that's kind of the change order. So you said that you didn't have a limit, but I believe there is a limit on that.
So it would be on page 7?
Page 7 on the handout?
I think so. And then it would be initiating a purchase order, a purchase PO request, A note, right under A note.
It even says any adjustment between funds must be approved by the governing body, and I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, that's a
that would
DFA
be
thing.
line items, right?
Well, any budget adjustment between funds has to be approved by the governing body per resolution from DFA.
That's right, but if it's in a budgeted line item, that only applies if you're moving from one budgeted line item to another.
If you're moving it from fund to fund.
Yeah.
So if you're moving something from parks to streets, I would have to come back to you with a budget resolution on that. But if you're moving a line item within their operational budget, they can do that. But you guys wanted some protocols in place on limits on how much they can do.
So as long as you stay in the same department.
If you stay within the same department and you're moving it from one line item to another line item, that's perfectly fine to do per DFA rules. But you guys wanted us to report to you on that. So there was some limits in there, put in there in place. So we would have the treasurer approve a certain limit, then the city manager would approve a certain limit.
That number just for PO, that's not
Well,
close to the number for the
Yeah.
125,000, that's a whole different.
And those are totally different than PO. So that's a budget line item adjustment, that's not a PO.
Yeah, so, and the 60,000, this wasn't this one that we talked about that at legal, that we talked about, can we change that, because somebody said that was staying.
So 60,000 is for small purchases per the procurement code.
Mayor, but anytime you do a line item adjustment, it's because you're creating a deal to buy something, right?
Sometimes you're covering it because they don't have enough funds and they have invoices coming in. Because they may have under budgeted
An
something.
invoice that had a change order.
Could possibly, yes.
So Mr. Mayor and councilors, that note on page 7 is supposed to basically shore up that we don't have individuals that if there's actually create the ability to purchase items then without the proper chain of approval. If you go to page 11, on item C, procurements exceeding 60,000. C, item 1, it says purchases must be approved in the current budget through the formal budget process that includes city council approval. Purchases not approved in the current budget require approval by the city council prior to awarding a bid or proposal to a potential vendor. And so that budget note actually helps eliminate any game playing with that line that says purchases not approved in the current budget. We don't want somebody making transfers without the transparency of the counselors.
Yeah, this is a check and a balance.
That's correct, right.
And so this protects the council from anybody putting anything to bid or purchasing anything that has not been approved by them.
Correct, right.
That's item 11, okay.
And then I do believe then the secondary part of this then is in that line that Councilor Hildebrand was recommending to change. Because, so you go from page 11 that says, you know, purchase is not approved in the current budget, then require approval by the city council prior to awarding. And then you would turn to page 14 on item 4, where there is that particular contractual threshold that is given to the city manager to be able to then use that. Following all of the procurement code, then they would follow item 4. I don't think there's any issue. I mean, I'm not an attorney, but I don't think there's any issue by saying, you know, following the ordinance, the stated value in the ordinance. However, though, if there's no value in the ordinance, then how does that work?
Yes.
That's interesting because for the last 4 years, we've been operating on a $60,000 threshold and no one has said that's not the ordinance. We've been approving items.
I think that was the old purchasing policy that was in place.
But we've been approving items over 60,000.
You've been approving everything over 60,000, even if it was in the budget or not.
Right. So, and no one said that wasn't in the ordinance. No one. So we've been operating as if it was in the ordinance.
Well, it was in the purchasing policy, so we had to abide by that purchasing policy at the time.
Unless we make our own.
Unless you change it.
And wasn't that just that one page?
Yeah.
It was like a one-page threshold that was, I don't know if that was actually then an ordinance or a policy.
I believe it's in the old policy. I'd have to go back and look.
And I've never seen.
Yeah, it's like in 2017 or something. And it's like a one page.
Yeah.
That was and I don't remember who the city manager was at the time. The point is that we absolutely need to have a purchasing policy.
Correct.
How can we run a city without a policy and giving the guidance to the treasurer, as well as something to teach and train the employees on the purchasing, as well as providing an ethics section, as well as, is there disciplinary? I think that there's actually a disciplinary section in there as well. Then that if there are violations, you have something to hold your employees with, to train them, to teach them, and to allow your treasurer and your certified purchasing officer to have some policy behind their job duties. But, you know, if there's not any kind of legal reasoning on why that we couldn't put, then
I'll remove my motion with the knowledge that I received that we never had an ordinance. So I'm gonna remove my motion. If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, because now I found that information, new information. So I'll leave the 125,000 in there and we'll see what happens with the procurement code. So, all right, I remove my motion.
Well, we have to, he never got it, it was never a second, he just made the motion and the discussion started.
I second.
She said.
I'm okay with,
What,
I'm okay with moving.
you're moving it? And then, so if we remove this and we just, sometime when we do another ordinance, then that would change this 125,000.
If you change that amount in the ordinance, yes, we would come back and revise this.
My
policy.
apology, Josh, I didn't know that was not in the ordinance, so you brought that up to the attention, so thank you.
Okay, Counselor Johnson.
So essentially what we've been operating in the past was, policy of the state, right?
Yes.
Which is parallel with it, and we've been actually rolling pretty good. We wanted to tweak it a little bit for, I think, in the name of efficiency. I think that was, I'm not sure why we didn't, efficiency, to make it more.
Efficiency, and then have a more robust policy in place as well, because we don't really have one.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I mean, within the revenue policy, more robust. And in regards to the audit findings.
Yes.
And it addresses a lot of things.
Mayor, if I may, I would just say that in addition to efficiency, it's not all about efficiency, but there's also a value to having a robust purchasing policy that, as Ms. Schruggers stated, gives people everything that they need to know. And once you have that, if people don't follow it, you have the sort of notice that they should be following it, and you have a much more robust ability to, discipline if that becomes necessary, or, compel people to follow the policy and comply with the law.
Okay, Councilor Orfressa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess for my opening understanding, this $125,000 mentioned in item 4, is that in relation to money already budgeted, or is it in relation to new expenditures?
yes, it is in relation to already budgeted items.
No.
If it's not budgeted, it has to go to the council, period. Full stop.
See, my problem becomes then, if it's in the budget to buy 10 police cars, I mean, we can't even buy 2 police cars at their current cost without coming back to the council to do that. And everything is in the budget, everything's there, and you have to stop everything. If you get a bid for 10 police cars or 2 police cars, if you get 2, you have to go back to the council, and the council has to approve that individual budget, which means that if the bid's only open for 30 days, there's a good chance it won't be voted on in time to do it. That's why this number, if it's in the budget, this says all bids and requests for proposals, all bids. And that means we can't even buy, if we do this part here with $125,000, we can't even buy 2 police cars on a contract unless we go back and have a meeting and say it's okay to do it. I mean, am I not?
Mayor, if I may, police cars are bought under price agreement, so that wouldn't even pertain to this.
Well,
Price agreement, it would just, you would purchase them.
Sales through.
Yeah, it would fly.
Any other function,
Yeah,
that
RFPs
gets,
and bids, yes.
any RFP or any,
Yes, which,
so they would have to come back and to get approval for the council, if it was an RFP or a bid that we all already had in the budget to do something, it was within the money, you have to come back to the council, and the council has to authorize it. I think that doesn't let the city manager manage. It tells him everything has to come back to him, to the council, every time, no matter what, if it's over $125,000. And if it's in the budget and we do it, let the city manager manage the business daily of the city. This type of government that we have is a weak mayor, weak council form of government. And that's the way it's designed, to let the city manager manage it. So we don't have councilors telling them who to appoint or who to be the dog catcher, who to be the police chief. We don't have all that stuff, or the policeman. We don't have that. No one interferes with the city manager's management of the elected officials, including me. And, I mean, none of the councils, and that's why I think if it's in the budget, and our finance committee that has it in the budget, then you let the city manager run the city. And not require him to go back to the, council every time you spend over $125,000. But I think that's what this does.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, that's a question for another day, because that has been tabled at the finance committee, and I hear you loud and clear. But that is an issue, for another discussion.
Well,
and so therefore I'd like to call for the question.
no, excuse me, you can't. I don't think it's fair to do that and cut
I'm just
people off.
telling you, that's gonna be another discussion on the ordinance that we've had. That's what that's all about.
Well,
So that will be heard at a later date. If that number is different than that, this will change to whatever that number is agreed upon. And all that ordinance
well, the
was tabled
relevance,
with the finance. I'm just trying to enlighten you with what the process of the council has gone through
but
to come up with this, so.
But I also would say that this,
I'm not trying to argue with you, Mayor.
I
I'm not trying
understand
to argue
that,
with you. I'm just trying to point out the process that we've gone through.
but
It will come back to this full council.
I understand that. But now I'm also stating that this item was brought back to us from the legal committee by, Council Howerson, I believe, brought it back. And they brought it to us. The bill that is in the finance committee is a different item, as I recall, because this came back to us as Council Lady Howerson brought, I think, isn't that right? Who was it that brought it back the other day from, oh, it was Arnold. Oh, it was Lady Arnold. She brought it back. And I'm just saying, the bill you have in finance is different than this piece of legislation. It is different, because you put the other one in finance, she brought this back up, which is her right to bring that back up in legal. And she brought it back up, and so this is a different item before us right now than what you have in finance.
Well, Mayor, we're talking about contracts. That's all we're talking about. So why don't we get back to what the city manager is doing and say, all we're talking about is, are we leaving 125,000 in for contracts? Even though in legal, we didn't talk about contract. We changed the number to 250 and 125 on the different stuff. That's the stuff that's illegal. But all we're talking about right now, it was, are we gonna leave in the 125, or are we gonna take it out so we can go over this purchasing agreement? That's all we talk about. Is a a more meaty purchasing agreement. Is that what we talking about? Am I wrong,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Cadden.
Councilor Moore, so in legal, we looked at both the documents, okay?
So we didn't have a clean one.
But my point is that we had what's before you that we've said, that this is the policy per se. Okay, the other one is the one with the numbers that what the mayor's talking about and what the council Brent is talking about. So those two documents right now, the one that we proposed with the numbers from legal is in finance on the table, as well as the original document that was originally proposed. Both of those are sitting on the table in finance. So those still have to be passed to come before us. Probably, I hope it comes before us. It comes before you next month's city council hearing. So right now, all we're doing is passing.
That's what I'm trying to say. We just.
So we're, just that right there. So when the numbers change in finance.
The numbers are changing on here.
It's gonna come back.
That's what I'm saying, is the number shouldn't really matter right there. Whatever's gonna change, when we go to finance, whatever's gonna change when we finish that, is gonna fix this. This is just the policy.
That's correct.
It's just the policy. Well, we don't, the numbers are not even that serious. Because this is just a policy. What you gonna buy, where you gonna buy.
Yes, that's correct. This is a purchasing policy, and then the ordinance that is tabled in finance can change the overarching numbers of this policy, because the ordinance supersedes and is overarching of policy. But this allows the management to be able to utilize, to train, to follow, and to conduct their business.
Can we call for a question now?
No, just so you point this out on, this is all part of item 7, it starts on page 12. And so it's not just contracts, it's any procurements, evaluations, or awards. It's not just contracts, it's any of those things that are out. Any procurements, anything you buy has to be this way if it's over 125,000.
Until the finance committee reviews the ordinance. But of course, the purchasing policy absolutely has to follow, at a minimum, the state purchasing code, procurement code. But it also includes guidance in regards to credit card usage. That's also part of this policy. So again, it's really for the treasurer and the certified purchasing officer to use in their daily business. The governance part of it comes when the ordinance comes off the table in finance.
And this,
correct?
This should give us a real good way to stop the problems we have.
That's correct.
When you break a tooth that costs $500 off a brand new backhoe bucket that you can't pay for it until next July, which is exactly what happened with us, because the tooth cost $500, nobody would issue a purchase order to get it. And so, brand new backhoe, you put a $25,000 bucket for a $500 tooth. I mean, that's exactly where we were this year. So, okay.
Call for the
Okay.
question.
We got two people who called for it.
Okay. All right, so we have a call for the question, okay, so, on a motion by,
Oh, you gotta vote on call for the question.
no. All those in favor of calling the question, clerk, call the roll. I got it.
Counselor Hildebrand,
Aye.
Counselor Cavan,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson. Yes. Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Maruco.
Yes.
Okay, it's real close. All right.
Real close. I do have a real close.
Now we just had somebody call for the question.
I know, we
And
were
that means that you can't ask any more questions.
Okay.
So,
I just wanna know when I get my P card.
I'm sorry, you can't ask another question. Where if the clerk would call the roll. On item 21, the ratifications of the procurement policy. Call the roll, man.
Counselor Hildebrand,
Yes.
Counselor Cavan.
Yes.
Counselor Arnold. Yes. Counselor Oropesa,
No.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson.
Yes.
Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Maruco.
No.
I voted 7 in the affirmative and 2 in the negative. The item 21 is duly passed. Okay,
Thank you.
yes.
Now I can ask the question. Tony, when do I come down and get my P card?
We'll have to order it for you.
Thank you, because it says elected officials get P cards.
Actually, we have authority to approve.
Mr. Mayor, can I say that's it?
I wouldn't either. I don't even know if we have it either. That's what
It's
was.
gotta be in my house first.
No, it doesn't.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Counselor, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve
Yeah.
the allocated 1.85 million to the fiscal year 2020 final budget for site grading, surface leveling, and drainage improvements to redirect stormwater flow within the air sac.
Second.
Okay, for item 22, okay. Item 22, the approval to allocate $1,850,000 this year for the purpose of site grading, surfacing, and leveling and drainage and improvements at the, to redirect the stormwater flow at the Roswell Air Center. Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Counselor
Yes.
Gass, and a second by Counselor Cavan.
Yes, sir.
Cavan. Okay. Elrod, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. At the Finance Committee, the question was brought up, we had talked about the financing and the numbers during that time and where the funds were coming from, but the question was brought up, what exactly did this mean in quantities and production? So you've got a handout because, if you go to the slide. So if you go to the slide, it was looked to be very difficult to read, so your handout is exactly what's on the screen there, talking about the quantities of project and the process to get this done. There's several swales that have to be redirected and piping that has to go in them to try to control some of the storm runoff, which is what this is meant to do. There's a great bit of detail. Back in May of this year, the engineers did the survey work, which improved all that. And they did survey work, and then the proposals that came against that survey work, which was quite detailed. And that's where these quantities came from on the engineering estimates for these drainage improvements. And then then you have mobilization, and on the airport, you have to create a safety plan as well. It has to be produced before work can start. So additional things that are required by the FAA to happen on the airport, unfortunately do increase the pricing on some of these things. But this includes filling those swales, redirecting the water to a singular location from 3 separate swales, and then the asphalt work that's required and the piping that's required to do so. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we have a Councilor Madden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Bobby, to see a lot of this, but I know one of the things that was being asked of, in finance, I mean, is there some type of estimate on the cost of this project?
Yes, that's the $1,850,000.
There's not anything that's showing us any costs on it.
Oh, on the abstract?
On the abstract, there's no dollar amounts or anything.
You don't have anything for unit price or anything else?
Oh, the unit price? Actually, I have a copy here I can make for you. I saw the $1,850,000 on the abstract, so if you want the detailed price, I do have that here as well.
So can you just tell us what the figure is, so we can?
Oh, sure.
Know.
So the pricing goes down, we have mobilization at $105,944. The safety and security plan that has to be prepared and approved, $52,972. Pollution and erosion control, $15,892. Saw cutting existing pavement surfaces. I lost my line.
4.
I lost my line.
Item 4 is your line.
The saw cutting was $52,972. The excavation is $31,783. Pavement surface pulverized and processed in place to a 6-inch thickness was $185,405. Then we have concrete piping. We had to switch the piping on this from the original engineering because of availability of piping. So to go to concrete piping, transition and coupler, the $22,249. Custom NIOPLAS drainage basin, including locking, grate, and inlet, was $5,297. Existing drop, and that includes the existing drop inlet. Regrading, including cut, fill, and surfacing shaping, is $105,944. And then a base course, a 4-inch base course, is $428,880, and then chip sealing after that is $245,073. Then they have to go back and do the apron marking, that's $15,892. And then construction, staking, and mobilization, $52,972.
So that pretty much gets you to your 1.85.
And then the last item, the quality control and control testing and everything is $37,080.
So what is the total?
$1,850,000.
Prior to the GRT?
And then GRT on top of that. GRT is $147,402 and 3 cents.
What is the total? 147, what?
402 and 3 cents.
And what was the subtotal prior to GRG?
108.50. The full total was $1,929,603 cents.
This is 1,850,000 prior to GRG.
Right. And there's crack filling involved, cleaning and sweeping debris.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Okay, Councilor Johnson.
So a couple of questions. Desert West, isn't that local?
Yes, sir.
So 105,000 mobilization? Is that what they said?
Yes.
Wow. Is this a price agreement?
Pardon?
Was this a price agreement?
No, we actually had 3 bids on this project.
3 bids?
Yes, sir.
Oh, 3 bids? Okay. So it's done by,
We had bids from constructors, J&H, and Desert West.
okay. So, where are they mobilizing from? Here in Roswell? To the airport?
Well, they have equipment all over, so they do work all over the state.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor.
Tony, we just passed this, purchasing process or procedure. We need to double check to make sure the GRG is correct on this building because some of these items are exempt from GRT, and I'm not sure when Ms. Thompson gave us the GRT number that that's all correct.
Correct. And they show, let me look at the percentage they show on there. They show 8.2708.
Right, but there's certain items that we do not pay GRT.
Oh, gotcha.
We pay for labor and professional service, but we do not pay GRT. Will they have this work done in time?
Yes. Yeah, that was one of the conditions, because we are a very scary 70 days away.
So when's their start date?
Their start date is with your approval.
So they already got equipment sitting out there.
They have some equipment sitting out on another project they're working on, but not the equipment for this work. And then
So they
they
got equipment working out there, they're gonna charge $100,000 for mobilization
it's,
to move it from one portion of the air.
well, all they're doing right now is the micro sealing.
Start date would not be until the PO's cut.
And just, and I'm not trying to pick apart the mobilization part, but I do business with these guys, all companies, whether they're in Albuquerque, whether they're, wherever their location is, it's from there to the work site.
On the constructor's bid, the mobilization was 120,000.
They're in Carlsbad.
And looking for get the J&H.
They're in Albuquerque.
J&H is local as well.
They have a facility here, but they're Albuquerque. That's just their game they play. Well, mobilization, but Desert West is really right here. And if there's a line item, and because this isn't a price agreement, it doesn't matter, I guess. Am I right? It doesn't matter, it's still not a price agreement, so whatever they charge, then they're the lowest bidder.
Okay, Councilor Gas, the mobilization really is sort of relevant, having on part of a highway construction firm, when we did the first 12 miles out of Roswell. Because we're here, mobilization shouldn't have been so much, but because we had $350,000 payrolls for a week, for a month before we got paid by the state, we took money out of anything, drop in, let's make it hot mix, we might take $600,000 or $1 million out of there, to put it in mobilization, because once you've started the job, your first pay estimate, you get that. So they're just asking for money up front in case, to cover their costs, in case they get paid in more than one estimate. So that, and my other question was, they'll be done by the air races, and you answered that already.
That's good.
So that doesn't make them crooked by doing that? It doesn't make them crooked, it just means they're getting paid up front, they're getting paid less for their base course or hot mix. Their total price is the same either way. And they could have put $5,000 in there, but you know, if they get paid more in more than one payment, they want that money up front because they gotta cover their payroll and all that stuff.
But in any event, however they labeled it in there,
Yeah,
they're getting the job done
that's right.
for less money than anybody else.
That's right.
So we're splitting
Low
hairs.
bidders, put them to work
We're splitting hairs.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further comments? Anyone here to speak against this? Anyone care to speak against it? Anyone care to speak for or against it? I'm sorry, I should have said and for or against it, and for or against it. Okay, seeing none. Any further questions from the council? Clerk, call the voice vote. Are you sure?
Would you like a roll call?
Okay, we'll try a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Oh, I think it was close.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
We'll call that 9-11. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor, yes.
I'd like to make a motion on agenda item 23, resolution 26-37, to adopt the 2026 comprehensive master plan as the official planning guide to replace the 2016 comprehensive master plan for the city of Roswell, New Mexico.
Second.
Oh, go down, who seconded that? Arnold, okay, we have a second by Councilor Arnold. Okay. So, yes, ma'am. Would you care to tell us about the master plan? Why it took you so long to do it, 10 years?
Good evening, Mayor, Councilor Cavan, members of the City Council. Here we are, a year-long process is completed, and we are here for you to vote on Resolution 26-37 to adopt the 2026 Comprehensive Master Plan as the official planning guide for the City of Roswell to replace the 2016 Comprehensive Master Plan. This is the policy document that guides the city's growth and land use development. Able City facilitated a year-long public input process with public meetings, open studio charrette, online surveys, steering committee, and focus groups, and over 200 citizens participated in that public input process. Quantum consultants contributed engineering and infrastructure components, including flood control concepts. And Victoria Chavez with Able City, the El Paso office, and Viviana Fernandez are here this evening. This planning document went not only to one committee, but to two committees. On April 20th, the Infrastructure Committee recommended approval. On April 23rd, the Legal Committee tabled the document and requested a workshop with the consultant, Able City. On June 5th, the City Council held that workshop and Victoria Chavez facilitated that meeting. And on June 25th, the Legal Committee recommended approval of the plan. And here we are. If you'd like to hear from Victoria, she's here. But you may proceed with voting on the resolution 26-37 to adopt the comprehensive master plan.
Is there anyone in the audience who would care to speak on this item number 26-7, adopting the comprehensive master plan? Is there anyone in the audience care to speak for or against this? Is there anyone in the audience care to speak for or against this? Okay, seeing none, question for members of the council. Council, go ahead. Council lady.
Okay, so the word comprehensive, does that mean that, and when you think about it, so that each of the areas bring their own, like, say, planning and zoning brought what they needed, and, HR brought what they needed, and it's just, or y'all just, or as a group, people just put their input in and decided what needs to be done, not different groups or.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Moore, this is a comprehensive master plan for land use planning. So this guides the development of the city. So where housing is going to go and what kind of housing is needs to be created. It's an assessment of our current state in terms of land use, economic development, transportation, housing. It's an overarching plan. So that doesn't mean that smaller plans, it means that smaller plans can be done, or other types of plans like transportation plans. We've already done a plan for bicycle and pedestrian and safe streets for all, and those kinds of things. The master plan is the overarching plan that guides the planning for all the other plans, whether it be transportation, economic development, housing, small area plans, neighborhood plans,
More of the land.
infrastructure.
I didn't go to work, so that's why I wasn't there. It's more the land part and not everything that's.
Correct.
Everybody.
It's not administration.
Not what the zoo's going to do, when, not those type of things.
It does include parks. It does include parks and recreation as a component of the plan, but that's a land use. It's not so much administrative. It provides goals and objectives for land use types of planning processes.
And the Parks and Recreation help put their piece into this.
On our steering committee, we had input from various entities. We've asked staff to come to the charrette so that they could be in the focus groups. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Councilor Gass.
Should we, when we had the workshop, we said there, it suggested many changes. Were those made?
Yes, not all changes that were requested was made, but majority were. So the main one was the annexation map, based on your guys' comments there, updating the lodgers graph. It was a little bit off, so we were able to fix those numbers. The Infrastructure and Utilities Department was able to provide some comments of corrections on some aspects that we brought into it, so we made updates on there. And then some goals, refining on some of the goals and action items.
What about the population estimate?
So for that one, we decided not to change it just because we needed more of a basis to kind of support a bigger growth. And I wasn't too keen on I agree that you guys are growing, and providing the two options of optimistic and a baseline of population growth kind of is meeting in the middle. And it may not be as aggressive as you were mentioning. I just couldn't find the data that could support it significantly. So that was the main reason why we decided not to change that.
Yeah, the other thing, I'd like to have a copy so I can see what we're voting on.
We do have it available online, but I do agree, I completely understand. We could have provided that.
I don't have that this week. I moved offices and I don't have internet, haven't had it for a week.
Got it.
So I couldn't do it, so, but I think we should have been given it, so we know what we're voting on.
Of course.
That's it. I have one in the library. Yeah, could have gone to the library, I guess. Could have gone to your house. Well, maybe. Come down to the work.
Okay, next, Councilor Cavan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Council Moore, will be on that workshop, as we put that together after our regular meeting. We made sure to invite all the department heads to be there for that workshop, if they had any questions. So, I think they had their input to their satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions? Seeing none. Okay. On a motion by Councilor Cavan, seconded by Councilor, Arnold, motion to adopt resolution 26-37, adopt the comprehensive master plan as the official planning guide to replace the 2016 master plan for the city of Roswell. And on a motion by Councilor Cavan, seconded by Councilor Arnold, if the clerk call roll.
Councilor Hildebrand,
Aye.
Councilor Cavan,
Yes.
Councilor Arnold. Yes. Councilor Oropesa,
Yes.
Councilor Moore,
No.
Councilor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilor Halverson,
Yes.
Councilor Gass,
No.
Councilor Marubo.
Yes.
By a vote of 7, 10 affirmative, 2 in the negative, resolution number 26-37, adopting the 2020 comprehensive master plan for the city of Roswell to replace the 2016 master plan has been adopted. Next we go to item 24.
Thank you for coming.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
I move that we pass ordinance 2608, authorized to advertise for public hearing, to consider adoption of proposed ordinance 2608, amending fines and penalties to the city of Roswell Code of Ordinances.
Second.
So may I make some comments?
Do we have, can I just ask on this, do we have anything that shows what the old funds were? I mean, there's no.
It's getting passed out right now, sir.
Well, that's what they're hearing for.
So we're advertising for public.
Well, I mean,
Authorized to advertise, that was your.
Yeah, authorizing.
We're not holding a public
Yeah,
hearing, we're just authorizing.
oh, okay.
So-
And the reason for this is, as you know, our court fees, we're not allowed to charge, we're losing money that way. And we're having a lot of problems with the traffic infractions, and the fines haven't been adjusted, and do you know how long it's been since we've adjusted the fines?
No, ma'am, I don't. According to the abstract, it's been inadvertently omitted.
Okay. It's been a long time, though, so they're not keeping up with, yeah, same usually.
Okay, so this is all just to have a public hearing.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing, so. Prior fines, well. Now, does this mean we're gonna get more money from municipal court? You know,
Who made these numbers?
Where did the new proposed fines come from?
Where's these numbers?
these are the proposed fines for,
Did staff do them or who did? it?
I don't,
Staff,
okay.
I think Josh.
The city
Josh-
attorney.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
So they all went down.
The ones in,
red are prior, are the ones they are now. The new ones are on the left.
I'm looking back.
You know, this is to go ahead and advertise this, but, I would just, you know, there's some things happening in town that I think need to be addressed. And we've had individuals who will, in the last festival we just had, we had individuals that urinated in a cup and threw them on people in the stores. And there is nothing that happens to them because they have, maybe they are challenged or they have some issues with competencies. But at some point in time, something needs to be done for individuals who do things like that to put them in a facility.
Mr. Mayor, I think these are traffic fines.
I know these are traffic, but I'm just saying, we all know right now, when you talk about speeding and stuff is one thing. But you know, we also know that it's a revolving door for homeless people who do all kinds of things. In merchants, we've had them come in here time and time again about whether they're dressing out in just a plain open in front of somebody's store with their kids in it. We've had this stuff, and there needs to be some level of action if someone has true issues so that they don't endanger the public. And yet, just like in the state, we'll continue to not address it. And I'm sorry, but I think if they do something like that, which is an act that I think is endangerment, just like shooting at someone. I mean, you don't know what kind of germs they have. And, so I'm just saying, those should be considered in the same light. And I don't think we do that. I'm not after anybody with challenged individuals. I'm just saying, if their activities are totally contrary to the public health of the people and are truly a violation of the other people's rights, then I think that we should look at, making sure that if they shouldn't be in a public situation, that we need to find something to do with it. So, yes, Cal, Arnold, and then more than Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While we are talking about traffic fines, I do want to actually validate what you're saying and how imperative it is that we actually do look at it. I also want to say that some great strides have been made in addressing those very issues with creating funding from a state level for pretrial diversion that actually leads to AOT, which is actually mental health services. I'm just saying that because everything you're talking about is a large conversation that is happening in the southeastern region. So these fines are awesome because we are having serious issues with people speeding and dying. And so on forward notes, I want to say that great strides are actually being taken in Chaves County, Eddy County, and Lee County. And so I'm very excited about a lot of the movement. So that might take 2 years for the other aspect of it, but there is strides being made on all of this. So thank you so much for the time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so, has this been heard by legal?
It started
Is it just for a hearing?
It started in April with the public safety.
Because public safety, we felt it should have gone to public safety first. That's why it didn't, that's why legal sent it, is that correct?
That's correct.
It has not been to legal committee.
Okay.
So if you, may I? The legal committee recommended approval 5-0 on their May meeting, and then public safety recommended approval 4-0 on their June 16th meeting.
Okay, so it's already been.
So Mr. Mayor, let me real quick, so I proposed this deal for our May meeting, and Council Arnold was there because I was, I can't remember, doctor's appointment or something that used to. But it passed 4-0 in there that we needed to move forward with something, but we wanted it to go to public safety, okay? I think that before we send this to a hearing, that we should table this back to legal and actually make sure that the numbers that we're looking at here for the consequences of this, as you're saying, okay, be more than they are right now, because there's a lot of lives. Public safety is at risk here in the city, especially in our residential area. We've already had too many fatalities that are involving just the occupants of the vehicles, okay? Let alone somebody who might be out on the street somewhere, or somebody who runs over a mailbox, on Washington going through the golf course and sends bricks flying and everything. So I think that before we put this out here with figures, we need to look at it more closely at what the consequences are for the violation.
And real quick, if I may, Mayor, I think Ron Corn voted against this, in public safety. It wasn't 4-0.
Probably 5-0 in legal, because I was on the phone for.
That was just to forward, it wasn't to approve it.
Yeah, it was to move it forward. So that would be my motion, is to table it, send it back to legal.
Second.
I have a quick question for you, other people that also want to. These numbers, like the fines with the judge, remember how we having trouble like looking fines, people paying them and doing that? Will there be an issue with that? You know how like with the dog thing, we're having issues with the judge, whether, doing, following through or whatever. Will these fines, just because the numbers go up, don't mean the people are doing it? What recourse will, I don't know.
That'll be up to the judge.
That's what I'm saying, will there be any recourse, because these are traffic violations, they're a little different than our.
Yeah, but I don't wanna not raise them because.
Oh, no, I'm for raising them, that wasn't the question, it was just to make sure that we had some.
Yeah, that's up to the
some
judge.
more teeth in, for them to back it up, why raise it if the judge ain't gonna back it up anyway?
Yes, ma'am. That'd be both,
Control what the judge does, we can only
both
do this part.
what the judge and us as the prosecution would do and deal with. I just wanted to reiterate that not only is this dealing with the elimination of the court fees, but the underlying safety concern that has been brought up. I think if you look at those numbers, it's dealing with a lot of, the numbers that have raised are dealing with a lot of those safety issues. And hopefully that is one way to help alleviate some of these concerns that we have in the city in regards to speeding and those safety concerns that we have.
Hey, Mayor and Council, if I might.
Yes.
This is Josh. I want to reiterate what Mr. Garcia is saying here. This is just the penalty assessment chart for traffic citations. It doesn't deal with all of the issues with the city's code and how we handle everything. But in light of the, I would say, serious concerns with people driving in truly dangerous ways and causing injury and fatalities, there's a hope by increasing the fines that they will perhaps think differently about it in the future. That's principally one of the main issues here. The secondary issue in the ordinance, aside from the penalty assessment chart, is the amendment to the reckless driving ordinance. The reckless driving ordinance in the city's adopted UTO mirrors the state's statute, which is kind of awkwardly drafted. And this fixes that problem by establishing clear and substantial penalties for persons that drive in a way that risk people's property or life.
So reckless driving, every person, first conviction, not less than 5 days in jail and more than 30.
That is correct. The way the state's statute that is drafted is, it says a minimum of 5 days in jail, but then it says halfway through the statute, or $100 fine. And judges struggle to understand what that means because it's kind of ambiguous. It sounds like there's a minimum penalty of incarceration, but it says, or you can just do $100 fine. And the purpose here is to remove that ambiguity and make it so that if you are driving in a reckless manner in Roswell, the judge has the authority to sentence you to jail without that ambiguity. And in fact, it becomes a minimum penalty. Like, you are going to be subject to incarceration for 5 days upon your first conviction. You know, the facts dependent, and without that sort of, well, you know, we're just doing a $100 fine situation. I don't know that this solves all of the problems. It's not intended there. It's the first effort to get Roswell's fines, which haven't been amended in a long, long time. If you'll notice, some of the ones that you haven't enacted are truly pretty low. And the effort here is primarily to increase the fines substantially in areas of public safety, and less so for, you know, jaywalking and window tint, other things that don't necessarily implicate the safety of people and their property in the city.
Okay, yeah, Councilor Moore, or do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, Councilor Cabot?
Yes.
Councilor Gas, I think we should go back, I can't find running a red light on here, but that needs to be on here, and it needs to be a significant fine, because people die from that, or at least have cars that are totaled or whatever, but running a red light should be one of your highest fines, and it's a terrible problem in Roswell.
That's what it is.
Okay, well, unless that's covered under reckless driving, but I've sat at college in Maine, stopped at a red light, and had 7 cars in the right lane pass me through the red light in the last month. I counted 7 on a red light, and I'd already stopped. It's terrible.
I think it's on line 7, stop lamp, signal lamp, and signal. No, I'm sorry, number 8, turning and stopping movements in required signals. Or is that turning your blinker on?
Where is it?
Line 8 on,
And that's only a $50 fine?
well, there's a void traffic control device on line 15.
Line where?
Void traffic control device. I don't think that's running all ID.
Well, anyway, I think it's good that it go back to legal, but running a red light,
If it does go back to legal, I recommend, Josh, is there a place in there about driving the little, mopeds and stuff on the road? Or the dirt bikes?
I asked you about that in a minute.
So the driving on mopeds and there's other.
The mini bikes, yeah.
Scooters, those are, a little more complicated than just changing the fines. And those are gonna be forthcoming, along with a few other changes. But it requires a little bit more consideration of where the state law is prior to, creating an ordinance to present to council.
Okay, well, if you can see what you can do to include what Councilor Gass was talking about, just stopping or running red lights.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor President.
call for a point of order, please. I thought the motion was on to send it back to legal instead of discussing the entire.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And who had the motion to go back to legal? Councilor Cavan. Motion to send back to legal, Councilor Cavan. A second by Hildebrand. Hildebrand. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? By a vote of 9, affirmative, none negative. Back to legal. Okay, next item, 25. The ordinance on zoning case, consider adopting the proposed ordinance 26-09 to annex 9.56 acres in the municipal boundary to be consolidated with 409 East Brasher Road, zone I-1, light industrial for Excel Energy to build a service center and laydown yard. And the legal summary is below, so we have, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we consider adopting the proposed ordinance 26-09 as you explained.
Motion is by Councilor Hildebrand, second by Councilor Marulo. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, council members, this is ordinance 26-09. It's zoning case annex -26-0084 on behalf of property owner Southwestern Public Service Company, applicant and petitioner Kyle Brady, the Vice President of Furman Land Surveyors, submitted a voluntary petition for annexation of a 9.56 acre tract Tract 1B of SPS Summary Review and Plat. And that's the application. The proposed service center is for the Southwest Public Service / Xcel Energy, and the area is compatible with surrounding light industrial uses. This is located on East Brasher Road. The property in front of it or north of the property under consideration is a 10-acre tract that was annexed in 2024. Yeah, and it was also rezoned to I-1. So this is contiguous to the municipal boundary, and it's surrounded by light industrial uses. Brasher Road is a minor arterial, and to the west is in Legendary Services, which is a water truck company for the oil fields, and it is already zoned I-1 as well. These are just a couple slides showing the area, showing Legendary Services next to it, property under consideration from a couple views. And the ordinance is in your packet, as well as the annexation map. We just passed a new comprehensive plan, but under the 2016 comprehensive master plan, it showed the preferred land use as industrial, and then also this particular parcel is in the annexation map, area 1. As of today's date, the Planning and Zoning Office has received 0 written protests, 0 inquiries regarding this case. Chavez County Planning and Zoning has provided a letter of no objection to the proposed annexation. On June 9th, 2026, the City of Roswell Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval of zoning case annex -26-0084 to City Council. And I guess the public hearing was already held at the Planning and Zoning Commission, so it's come before you for a vote for a final recommendation. I stand for questions, and Mr. Brady is here as well, if you have any questions of him.
Is 402 East, and it's in your exhibit B, 402 East Brasher, is that owned by Xcel?
Yes, it is.
And so they're just adding another 9.6 acres to that property?
Correct. So they have 19.56 acres. Once the 9.56 acre tract is annexed, it will be combined and consolidated with a plat with the 10-acre front piece. And then it will go back to planning and zoning for rezoning to light industrial.
Okay, so that's just, this property is just east of the Frito-Lay.
It's 2 doors down.
2 doors down from Frito-Lay, okay.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, Councilor.
Are there city utilities and water sewers already there?
There are, that's on exhibit B or of the staff summary. Sewer and water on the north side of Brasher.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Probably won't need it with a lay down there.
I don't know what the lay down.
What's where they lay the poles down?
Oh, okay. I was in kindergarten, it was taking a nap.
All right, so, okay, is there any further discussion? Anyone in the audience here to speak for or against it? Anyone in the audience speak for or against it? Anyone else who just wants to sit there and came here to stay all night, and not say anything?
The fire department wants to stay here.
Anyone else care to speak for or against? Okay, seeing none, is there any further discussion from the council? On a motion, we have a motion before us by Councilor Hillebrand, second by Councilor Marujo, to approve ordinance number 2609, a zoning case, case number 26-0084, annex city, consider adopting ordinance 2609 to annex 9.56 acres into the municipal boundary, at 402 East Brasher in zone I-1, light industrial for Excel Energy to build a service center and laydown yard, on 402 East Brasher. There's no further discussion, and the clerk will call the roll. Or do you want to do a voice vote?
A roll call, please.
Okay.
Counselor Hillenbrand,
Aye.
Counselor Cavan,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Marujo.
Yes.
By vote of 9 affirmative, none negative, item 25 has been approved. The ordinance 2609 zoning case 26-0084 annex to consider and to adopt, the municipal boundary to be changed to 402 East Brasher, has been adopted.
Thank you.
Okay. By great debate did all that happen. Well, okay, next we have item 26. This is pursuant to this, to hold a closed door meeting. Okay, if we have,
Mr. Mayor.
yes.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we go into closed session pursuant to NMSA 1978-10-15-1H2 to discuss loaded personnel matters regarding the city manager. NMSA 1978-10-15-1H5 to discuss attorney-client privilege communication relating to union negotiation in which the city is or may become a participant, and pursuant to the NMSA 1978-10-15-1H7 to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the city of Roswell is or may become a participant.
Second. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none? Okay, if the clerk will call the roll to go into closed session.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
Aye.
Counselor Cavan,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Gass,
Yes.
Counselor Marujo.
Yes.
Okay, by vote of 9 affirmative, none negative, we're gonna go into closed session. We will be out, hopefully rather quickly, we'll take, a lot of discussion. Okay.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
He's talking too much. Okay,
Check out the game tape. The game tape, sorry. You know what I mean?
That's a huge deal. And this is just next to that's just like your big.
You need a wheelchair? Hey, I'll move you one of those chairs. Just hold it all you know.
Because it was election.
Sometimes the specs are
To the all the way out there. My car was locked up in the safe, something that's ripped out the road. They never told anybody off the road on that stuff. Or on the approach. They did that, when it came time for the trial, they did not issue one page of evidence, not one.
Yeah, she hates you.
Nice to meet you.
Right here. I heard about that. I didn't know what it was. This way. Well, that happens. No, they're not. You can tell yourself, it's like it's just a big I think if I'm she does enjoy this stuff. She watches all of and she watches it. So it's I can monitor now that she's gone, she's like, did you want me to drink food? What did she do before? Now it's too late. At 6 o'clock, I wanted, my call was 5. 5 o'clock, I wanted 9:30. Every time, that's what you're doing. That's what I think. Here, Lord, I don't want everybody else to be heard. Yes, it is.
Those two surprised me. And attack questions. We've been
If they contribute their abstracts, the link was there. Really?
The changes?
It's like.
How many times? So how did I? Then it wasn't me ignoring You never talk to me. Huh?
I am tired. Will you do me a favor? You can text Sonia and tell her that the service is at 10 o'clock. All right. But I'm so excited.
You say, I can connect to that. What were you doing? No, I'm just asking. But, we had a chance here, we had yeah, well, that was. We had three bolt tests. It wasn't there this morning, it was. And then it was us, and we did that for 2 months. They're trying to run a department, they were cleaning up the entire downstairs, we were having some evidence. We were cleaning up 30,000 of pieces.
Papers, winery? Yeah. $25, $15. I can't even know it's there.
Texas is dancing. This is strong. Come on, that's a long way. No, the good shit.
Yeah. Everybody will know if you tell them. I remember.
That has a commuter lived in. Yeah. And that's.
You know, first.
As this person. But step by step, every single time, because you have different personalities.
I didn't either.
But you're sitting there saying that they have to make sure that. Understand.
Just
Standard operating.
Reach this guy. That's what I'm saying, into a Saturday. Or. That's really what these guys. Yeah. It's the impacts intersection. Yeah, it's, I'm certified to go to two city managers.
Thank you.
Let me check students.
It is.
I checked.
I haven't seen it, but it's saying question. This last session, it's terrible. That's it's not there. After discussion. Yeah.
Well, the administrators. Which I night shift, commanders or lieutenants. So that was administrative level on their shift. So what happens? Because at night times you don't have this, you don't have limited resources.
you don't have city hall, you don't have all these employees from 5 o'clock to
Right up.
Okay, let's make this quick.
The guy needs to.
Bring it back.
This is one of.
I used to do all this.
I like this one.
Well, we're not being recorded.
It's just like I said.
Oh, yeah.
You have to make the motion.
Karen, she could be right.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. For the record, we are now reconvening the open session at 10:29 PM. I guess you will entertain a motion to certify the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion to close the meeting and no action was taken during the closed session.
Correct.
Second.
Got a second?
Okay, I have a motion by Counselor, was it Counselor Hildebrand, seconded by Counselor Arnold? Okay. And we discussed the matters as we said when we went in. So we're gonna, reconvene. And we need a roll call.
The voice vote.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Mr. City Manager. No. Opposed? Any opposed? None? We're officially open back in session. Okay, next on our agenda is comments from our city manager report. Madam Elrod, what do we have?
We have a very late evening, and I think you should go home.
All those in favor? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? You want a roll call vote? There being there were none opposed, it's unanimous.
Remember Friday's one?
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I give everyone a hand. Joke out.
She had turkey. Now, the trees, turkeys. Been down.
Well, now when I go home, it's gonna be smoky, it's been raining.
Yeah, so, yeah, tomorrow's watch there. Thanks for the information. Yeah. Yeah. Turn black, back. Right, you don't have to go in the camera.
Thanks, Ted.
Thanks. We've done that. 2 weeks ago.